Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Hi. Can you hear me? Yes, okay, perfect. Welcome, everyone, to day 3 of the second EU Carbon Farming Summit. I hope you're all ready for it and excited about this third day. I can feel your enthusiasm is really contagious, and I'm sure you're having a good time. I know a lot has been said already over the past 2 days. We're going to be discussing EU policy now in this panel, and of course EU policy has been kind of a topic all through the past 2 days. But I hope that with this session we can maybe look at it from a slightly different angle and bring some new elements into discussion. Because with the CRCF we are adding a new policy into the policy mix. Yesterday someone said that it was created kind of in a policy vacuum where there was nothing before, but I would say we have quite many policies there already that in one way or another affect how land is being managed. So I think with the CRCF we're adding a new kind of different type of policy to that mix, and I think it's really important to look at how those different policies interplay, how they interact, what the different policies look at, how they look at it, where the potential synergies are, but also maybe some tensions. And yeah, I think we should look at what these policies can learn from each other, what they can borrow from each other, and how they can mutually improve each other and work together to create a coherent policy mix that can deliver robust carbon farming at scale. There are policies that set targets and requirements on the one hand. On the other hand, there are policies that shape the potential demand for these activities, that shape the interest of the private sector to engage with investment. But there is one policy, I think, that we definitely need to take a close look at if we want to understand what is happening with agricultural land management in the EU, and that is, of course, the Common Agricultural Policy, the CAP. As a farmer yesterday on a panel said, if you want to understand EU agriculture, you have to look at the CAP, and I would agree that's really the policy that has decided a lot or steered a lot what our agricultural landscape looks like today. And so for this zoom in on the CAP, I would like to welcome Alan Matthews to the stage. Alan Matthews is a Professor Emeritus of European Agricultural Policy at the University of Dublin Trinity College, not too far from here. He's also former President of the European Association of Agricultural Economists and a member of Ireland's Climate Change Advisory Council. So welcome to the stage, Alan.
Well, good morning, everybody. I'm really pleased to introduce this session looking at how we might evaluate the role of the CAP in contributing and encouraging carbon farming. And indeed, as Matthew has pointed out, several sessions have already referred to the significance of the CAP as the framework, the context in which farmers take their decisions. It transfers around 60 billion euro per annum, including the national co-financing to farmers, and that accounts for about 1/3 of agricultural income across the European Union. In my presentation, I want to ask two questions. Can data provided under the CAP be reused to minimize the administrative burden on farmers to certify carbon removals? We've heard a lot about red tape and the need to address that. And how might the CAP best promote the take-up of carbon farming practices in the future? Let me just remind you of some of the key elements of the carbon removal and carbon framework regulation in the context that we want to address. First, it's explicitly results-based. Farmers will be paid for quantified additions to their carbon stocks using methodologies consistent with those to be defined by the expert group. Second, carbon farming removals should contribute to a range of sustainability objectives. There are minimum sustainability requirements laid down in the regulation. There is a mandatory obligation to demonstrate co-benefits for biodiversity and ecosystems, including soil health and the avoidance of land degradation. And additional co-benefits beyond the minimum are encouraged, but also must be formally validated. If we look at the minimum sustainability benefits set down in the regulation, apart from the general do no significant harm principle, they include climate change and mitigation and adaptation, sustainable use and protection of water and marine resources, transition to a circular economy, pollution prevention, as well as the mandatory contribution to restoration of biodiversity and ecosystems. And I want to highlight some key characteristics of the Common Agricultural Policy, aware that not everybody will have closely followed its recent developments. The latest CAP reform, to cover the period 2023 to 2027, introduced what we call a new delivery model. The EU level defines the objectives for the CAP, it sets out the broad interventions that can be used, and it monitors performance through an indicators-based system. It is then up to the member states to identify their needs through a SWOT analysis, to design their interventions to address these needs, and to establish targets to set their level of ambition. They do this in national CAP strategic plans, which must be approved by the Commission before they can enter into force. The new CAP regulation defines 9 specific objectives. 3 relate to the economic dimensions of farming, 3 relate to the social dimensions, and 3 relate to the environmental dimensions, which are set out here. And these include the objective to contribute to climate change mitigation and adaptation, including by reducing greenhouse gas emissions and enhancing carbon sequestration. There is in addition a cross-cutting objective to do with modernization, simplification, and innovation. The interventions to achieve this climate objective can be grouped under 3 headings. The grouping with the widest coverage is conditionality, which applies to all farmers who receive direct payments and area-based payments under the CAP. Conditionality requires payment beneficiaries to observe a set of good agricultural and environmental conditions, what we refer to as the GAIAC standards. There were originally 9 in all, of which several have a particular relevance for carbon farming. For example, GAIAC 1 requires the maintenance of permanent pasture. GAIAC 2, it's new in this current CAP cycle, requires protection of wetlands and peatlands. GAIAC 6 requires minimum soil cover. GAIAC 7 requires crop rotation or crop diversification. GAIAC 8 required a minimum share of non-productive features on agricultural land, although this was eliminated last year as a so-called simplification measure. And GAIAC 9 prohibits ploughing of environmentally friendly permanent grasslands in Natura 2000 areas. It's important to highlight that it's the member states that decide how to define these standards in their national CAP strategic plans, and to decide the level of ambition and the degree of stringency implied by these standards. The second group of measures are eco-schemes, which again are a novelty in the current CAP cycle. These are voluntary, annual schemes that pay farmers to adopt practices that are beneficial for the environment, climate, or animal welfare. Eco-schemes are again designed by member states, and there are almost 160 different eco-schemes across the Union, again with very different levels of environmental and climate ambition. For many member states, the key requirement was to design rather shallow schemes that would be accessible by most farmers to avoid loss of payments. And we see many schemes paying farmers for practices that they had in fact already implemented, so little additionality. The third group of measures are agri-environment climate measures, which are funded under the rural development, so-called Pillar 2 of the CAP. And these are again voluntary schemes where farmers enter into multi-year contracts, again to deliver environmental and climate benefits. By their nature, they can be more demanding, and in 2022, around 20 million hectares of agricultural land in the Union were enrolled in such schemes, out of around 160 million hectares in total. They're almost entirely practice or action-based, with relatively few examples of result-based schemes. Finally, it's important to mention that under the CAP, member states are obliged to ensure that there is a farm advisory service to help farmers to understand the relationship between the compulsory standards relating to the environment and climate, including those arising from regulations outside the CAP, such as legislation on water, on sustainable use of pesticides, on nutrient management, as well as initiatives to combat antimicrobial resistance. Performance in relation to the 9 specific objectives, including climate, is monitored using different indicators in the so-called Performance Monitoring and Evaluation Framework. Member states must report a lot of information to the Commission, including, for example, output indicators. These are the number of farms or hectares or animals that are benefiting from an intervention. Result indicators that indicate the relationship to the targets that have been set in the National CAP Strategic Plan, and impact indicators that are used to evaluate overall performance over the period of the plan. So here is an example of some result indicators relating specifically to climate. You can see, for example, that member states in their strategic plans intend that 35% of their agricultural area will be covered by commitments intended to reduce emissions or to increase carbon sequestration. However, from a carbon farming perspective, these indicators are not particularly helpful. They're highly aggregated and they do not provide farm-level information. Nevertheless, farmers are already providing quite a lot of individual farm data to the national authorities to show that they are complying with the conditions associated with the payments they receive, although with some gaps. For example, farmers must already record data on pesticide use, and from 2026, these data must now be held electronically, whereas data on fertilizer use is much more variable and depends much more on national level rules. For example, here in Ireland, we introduced a national fertilizer database recording purchases of mineral fertilizer by individual farmers just in 2023. So building on the principle that data should only be collected once and reused many times, the recently published vision paper on the future of agriculture and food proposes a sustainability compass that would act as a one-stop shop for farmers, allowing them to monitor and record sustainability data only once. It's not fleshed out how that might work in practice, but it's clear what the direction of travel should be. And in this context, the Integrated Administrative and Control System, IACS, is fundamental. It consists of 3 elements: a land parcel information system that identifies over 100 million individual parcels of land across the EU, a geospatial application that shows beneficiaries the areas for which they are applying for aid, and for the first time in this CAP cycle, an area monitoring system, which can be used to track and monitor agricultural activities on land using both satellite data and, importantly in my view, geotagged photos uploaded by farmers themselves. So there would seem to be great scope to build on this development and to verify the sustainability requirements that may be associated with carbon credits in this way. I now turn to my second question: how can the CAP support the uptake of carbon farming? And this graph, based on the inventory data published by the European Environment Agency, actually suggests that we're making quite considerable progress. Most soil emissions, as we know, come from the organic soils, and there's been very limited reduction in reducing these emissions over time. These are the blue and the orange lines on this graph, and the black line actually shows you the 0 point, so the difference between removals and emissions. The inventory story for mineral soils is very different. Mineral grassland soils are shown as increasing sequestration over time, but even more striking is the trend shown for mineral cropland soils, which initially were net emitters, but in the inventories are shown as having been sequestering carbon since about 2015. In fact, if we add those together, mineral soils together have been a net sink in the inventories since around the mid-90s. And this is a clear data inconsistency with what we are told in the, for example, the Joint Research Centre, the State of Soils in Europe report published last year, which suggests that mineral soils are steadily losing carbon over time. Now, our interest here is not to solve this data problem, but to ask what contribution the various CAP interventions that I've just outlined as part of the green architecture may have made to these trends. The official evaluation of the previous CAP cycle suggested that CAP interventions in fact had a considerable impact on carbon sequestration, although a close reading of this report suggests that their estimate is highly uncertain and likely, in my view, to be a gross overestimate. Their methodology was to identify specific farm practices supported by the CAP, and then to multiply the area covered by these practices by expected emissions reduction factors from the literature. A similar methodology, but with much improved data, has been used in a very recent study projecting the likely carbon sequestration associated with measures included in the CAP strategic plans in the current CAP cycle. Again, it seems we can expect a considerable impact, although the study itself points out that it's not clear how much of the sequestration projected will be additional relative to the previous program. So given this assessment of the potential impact of existing CAP support for carbon farming, what is the scope and the role for CAP support for carbon credits that might be generated under the CRCF? I want to look at two options, one involving the direct purchase of carbon farming credits and the other providing more indirect support. With respect to direct purchase, it seems to me that there are two models. First, either the member state managing authorities could use CAP funds to purchase carbon farming removal credits generated on the voluntary market, or more likely, they could redesign their agri-environment, climate, or eco-schemes to become result-based schemes, in which the incentive for the farmer would be the price paid for the resulting carbon credits. I see several issues with this direct purchase approach. Using CAP funds to purchase certified credits generated by private promoters seems at odds with the stated purpose of the CRCF, which is that these credits are intended to attract additional private finance to support more sustainable farming. The decision may be influenced by the attitudes that national inventory authorities take to crediting the actions that farmers take to sequester carbon on their land. This is absolutely crucial because if farmers are not credited with the improvements that they make in the national inventories, these will not count towards the legally binding targets that member states have accepted. If the national inventories are sufficiently granular, for example, to distinguish between cropland that's ploughed or not, or where cover crops are planted or not, then the action-based measures that are currently mainly supported by the CAP can be captured in the inventory. However, if the inventory authorities decide that they will only recognize carbon farming removal credits as appropriate offsets, this would change, of course, the nature of the conversation. There's also a question, what price might managing authorities pay for carbon credits? I'm not a lawyer, but carbon is not an agricultural product, so purchase by the state could be considered state aid, and if the price paid were sufficiently attractive, one might imagine this could be challenged by the private sector promoters. Another question is what states would do with carbon credits they purchased in this way. Would they simply extinguish them, or would they sell them on in the secondary market? So in my view, a more likely scenario is where CAP funding is used to provide indirect support for the carbon farming market. The MRV requirements to certify carbon farming removal credits will be expensive and will require a high price for credits to attract interest among farmers. One could imagine that CAP funding might be used, for example, to pay for the MRV costs for carbon credits, so that the money that was paid by private buyers would go directly to the farmer. This would, of course, require new legislative authority in the next CAP cycle. And I also sense that managing authorities whose raison d'etre is to distribute payments to farmers might be very reluctant to divert CAP funding to non-farm beneficiaries in this way. More generally, there are interesting conundrums to be resolved where carbon credits may be generated by farmers in part due to support for carbon farming practices financed by the CAP, and then may be sold again to purchasers on the voluntary market. So let me now summarize my key messages on promoting policy coherence between the CAP and the CRCF. There's, in my view, considerable scope to ensure that the infrastructure that has been built to deliver payments to farmers can be further built upon to minimize the administrative burden for farmers to comply, particularly with the sustainability obligations for certified carbon credits. Action-based carbon farming practices are currently possible and delivered under the CAP. The level of ambition is not limited by the CAP regulations, but by the member state decisions. We need to recall that CAP schemes are designed by ministries of agriculture, not environment or climate. The key priority for any Minister for Agriculture is to ensure that EU money reaches his or her farmers with the minimum of hassle. It's thus not surprising that we see perhaps relatively limited ambition with the carbon farming schemes under the CAP to date. Given this, I'm perhaps a little skeptical that managing authorities will be incentivized to adopt certified carbon credits unless, as I suggest, these might be made a requirement for inclusion in national inventories. There may be scope, of course, for public funding to cover, for example, MRV costs to stimulate a market for carbon farming removal credits, but whether this should be for the CAP or some other source of funding is up for debate. And then finally, I just raised this question about potential double funding, where the CAP supports actions that can ultimately generate credits on the private market and which will need to be resolved. Thank you indeed.
Thank you very, very much, Alan, for this really quick and comprehensive overview, crash course on the CAP and carbon farming. And that brings us to the next part of this session, and that will require inviting our other panelists to the stage. So I would like to welcome Lucia Perugini, who is an expert on carbon farming certification and LULUCF at the European Environment Agency. She has a PhD in forest ecology and a scientific background in forestry and climate change. At the EEA, she is involved in the national greenhouse gas inventory quality controls, and she also coordinates the activities on LULUCF inventory improvements. She also supports the European Commission in the CRCF implementation, focusing on the alignment of monitoring approaches with LULUCF national reporting. Welcome, Lucia, and thanks for joining. Next, we have Hugh MacDonald, who is a senior fellow at the Ecologic Institute, applying an environmental economic lens to carbon farming and climate policy. His work focuses on nature-based climate mitigation, market-based instruments, and biodiversity finance. In the Credible project, his work has focused on carbon farming and sustainability. Warm welcome to you as well, Hugh. Thank you for joining. And last but not least, Andrew Voisey is Chief Impact Officer at Soil Capital, the agronomy firm that launched a regenerative agriculture transition program, certifying its climate impact in 2020. It is the longest-running such program in Europe and is designed to enable food and beverage firms to deliver proven Scope 3 emission reductions and more resilient supply chains. Currently, Andrew is also on the supervisory board of the Cool Farm Alliance and a strategic advisor to Sustainable Soils Alliance in the UK. And previously, he has led the sustainable finance practice at the University of Cambridge Institute for Sustainable Leadership and was a climate change advisor to the Bank of England. That was a lot of things, Andrew. Well, I did anyways, now everyone knows. And that makes me realize that I maybe should have introduced myself at the start as well. My name is Mathieu Mal. I'm a policy officer for agriculture and climate at the EEB, the European Environmental Bureau, so not the EEA. A lot of confusion around that. We are an environmental NGO based in Brussels working on EU policy. Okay, I'll move over here. So welcome to all of you, and thank you so much for joining me in this presentation. And thanks again, Alan, for the great presentation. I believe we have a Menti that we can maybe already get up on the screen. That's right. You see the code at the top. You're probably used to the Mentis now. So the first question that we would like to give to the audience and that can guide our discussion is which EU policies are relevant to carbon farming that you can think of, and we can maybe structure our discussion a bit around what you can think of. But while people get out their phones and start sharing their ideas, maybe we can already kick off the discussion. And I would like to pick up where Alan left us towards the end of his presentation, when he talked about how the CAP might maybe use or synergize with the CRCF, and through that way enable and incentivize carbon farming. I think there's a lot of questions, and I saw in the past 2 days as well a lot of interest around, where will those CRCF credits or units end up? What will be done with them? Under which kind of mechanism will they fall? And yeah, so Alan mentioned there is one potential avenue which could be through the cap, but then yesterday I believe Andrew was sitting on this very stage talking about value chain action, so scope 3 emission reductions, so insetting, which is another way that we could go about. And I think there's been quite a lot of mention of the voluntary carbon market as well over the past few days. So there are multiple avenues that could be relevant here. And so my question to anyone who feels interested in answering it would be, where do you see the largest potential for these CRCF units to come in? What do you think is the best way, the way that can lead to the best results? And where do you see maybe potential challenges or pitfalls as well?
I'm happy to start off. And Alan, I found your CAP presentation very illuminating, and in particular, your use of the phrase policy coherence, I think, matters, because throughout the development of the CRCF process, we've been very focused on, as you said, Mathieu, the supply of certified units, and by design, we haven't been talking so much about where they might go and who might pay for them, which matters, because unless that happens, we don't get the results that we're all interested in. And I think my starting point for this is actually the vision of Christoph Hansen, the new Commissioner for Agriculture, who said very clearly in his vision, and this was also in the strategic dialogue that came before, that if we're serious about the agricultural transition, we can't rely on just public funding or just private sector funding. We have to be thinking about smart ways to combine the two, or blend the two, I think, Alan, was your phrase. And that's, I think right. I think if you talk to people in government, at the EU and in the private sector, there's a quick acknowledgement of that. And I think it's also right because the benefits are both private and public of regenerative farming or carbon farming. But I think the challenge that it raises is that we have to think truly systemically in terms of policy and policy coherence. And Alan's kind of challenged us to think about the role of the cap, which of course is super important, but as we're seeing on the Menti, that there's plenty more to be thinking of. And it's really tough to think about that system, and people who have policy making roles often control a bit of that system, not all of it. For me, the CRCF therefore offers actually quite a unique opportunity, because, and I said this yesterday in the breakout, but in life before CRCF, if you thought the agricultural transition could be funded by offsetting, for example, then you would look at standards in the voluntary carbon market. If you thought that the agricultural transition could be funded via the value chain, the agri-food value chain, you'd look at insetting or scope 3 standards, which are different. They have overlaps, but they're different. And if you thought that the agricultural transition could be funded by the public sector, you'd speak to someone like Alan to get educated about the cap and related initiatives. But they all tell farmers slightly different things about what to do. And that's a mess. And it doesn't allow for easy bringing together of funding. And so the big strategic opportunity that I see of CRCF is that because it's being designed with the intent actually to be relevant to all use cases, to be seen if and how it can achieve that, but that offers the opportunity for a standard that can bring together these different funding sources in some of the ways maybe that Alan was hinting, and possibly many others as well. And I think that's worth fighting for, because if we're actually serious about the core mission here, which is the agricultural transition and giving farmers the support, the funding support that they need, then we're going to have to find ways to bring those funding pieces together. And so maybe the last thing I'll say on that, for me, what resonates the most is the opportunity to combine public sector funding, cap and otherwise, with the strategic interest that the agri-food value chain has. Because it's that sector that has interests in the co-benefits and the sustainability of farming beyond carbon, because that affects the resilience of their sourcing. So there's a great strategic alignment there. But what alarms me is that we have actually European policies and law already in place that was starting to bring the agri-food value chain to the table there. And I'm thinking about the acronym soup of CSRD, the disclosure regulation, requiring companies to disclose their supply chain impacts, and CSDDD, the due diligence directive, which, amongst other things, requires companies to have transition plans for their supply chains in line with the Paris Climate Agreement. Combine those two things together and you're starting to have the level playing field that agri-food value chain companies are asking for to bring them to the table to invest in their supply chains. But of course, we're going through a political convulsion right now where that is being opened up, is I think the polite diplomatic term. And I'm not sure how much, this community, for example, really sees the impact or the potential consequences of that. I'd be interested to know. We can sort of dive into how much is coming up. But that's a sort of flag that I would raise just at the beginning.
Thank you. So in summary, trying to make sure that CRCF can indeed cater to these different avenues so that they can rather work together instead of prioritizing necessarily one of them. And the question of how do we tackle this, what Ellen also mentioned, this blended finance aspect, right? How can public finance and private finance really, maybe how can public finance unlock private finance to incentivize carbon farming? All right. Hugh, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, just jumping off from where Andrew left off, we discussed on Tuesday, we had a breakout session in the Podel room, and we were discussing what was motivating these private investments into carbon farming of any sort. And a couple of things were mentioned. I think reputation came up, which I think was an obvious one. We were all expecting to hear that these corporate actors want to be seen as good corporate actors, and that maybe it's of some importance to their consumers. But one which came through loud and clear was resilience of supply chains as like a really driving force. So I think as these corporate actors are going through the process of doing this, CRSD, CSDD, all of these things, and understanding the sources of their emissions and also how exposed they are to climate change, they're seeing that that's a risk and they want to address it. And so that resilience of supply chains was another one. Another thing that came through quite loudly was the need for clear targets. I think Paris and the climate law, EU climate law, have been really good at kind of focusing attention on the destination where we're really directly heading. I think that's something to think about too. I would just a note of caution though, I think we have to, and I mean, this point's been made already, but voluntary corporate action's only going to take us so far, no? And I think Alan's presentation really clearly stated how the CAP is going to continue to have a really massive role. I mean, the Common Agricultural Policy funding is orders of magnitude larger than what we're seeing in voluntary carbon markets. And so we really need to make targeted use of those funds and focus our attention there where a big chunk of the money is. And I think we also need to look ahead to the future and start to think a little bit more about mandatory climate targets and policies for the agricultural sector. I think that those mandatory targets and climates, that's when the funding and finance is really going to start to shift towards climate-friendly farming. Yeah.
Thank you very much. So a retargeting of current use of public funding, and in addition, a compliance mechanism to make sure that the investments really come through. Thank you very much. I'm having a quick look at what came in. Thank you all for contributing here. I see indeed, yeah, CSRD is quite big there. Green Claims Directive. All of that touches upon what we've been discussing, right? So the context in which private sector actors can make contributions and feel compelled to do so. CAP is the biggest one in the middle. We maybe primed you for that response with Alan's presentation. I see right above CAP there is LULUCF.
Yeah.
Lucia, that's your topic.
Yes.
Maybe, I'm not sure to what extent everyone is familiar with LULUCF. Maybe you could take us through a little overview of, well, there's a lot of work on this at the EA. You could take us through a little overview of what is happening currently with our land sinks, the trends that we see, the drivers that cause those trends, and what the LULUCF regulation is trying to address.
Yeah. Thank you very much. And let me also link to the discussion done earlier, where this CRCF credits should land. Of course, at the end, they should contribute to the achievement of the LULUCF target, which is a quite ambitious one. We need to. Our land sector has a decrease in sink, unfortunately, and this is replying to your question. We are assisting to a very deep decrease. It's really steadily decreasing year by year, the LULUCF sector, which is driven mostly, the sink of the LULUCF sector that compensates 7% of the EU emissions, is driven mostly by the forestry sector. And this forestry sector is facing some challenges, which are not only driven by the increase of harvesting, which increased the sink, but also the increase of natural disturbance impacts, but also a slight, what is worrying somehow, that is perceived by member states, a steady decrease of the sink itself, I mean, of the capacity of the trees to grow in these new, let's say, climate and environmental conditions. So even if in some cases the harvesting rate has been seen like stable, the sink is still decreasing a little bit. So there's the capacity of the forests that are challenged there. So we have a target, a LULUCF target. So this target covers all the activities that are taken on the ground. So covering also somehow not only forestry, but also grassland management, cropland management. So somehow there is also a target that covers partly the agriculture, because in the, let's say in the climate policy framework, we have the land use change and forestry and agriculture as a separate, let's say, pillar of which is covered by the effort sharing regulation. So there is these two blocks. But if we look at the soil, at the soil dynamics, soil carbon, then there is a target which is covered by the LULUCF regulation somehow. And this is an ambitious target, if I may, or probably, which is...
in light of the current trends.
In light of the current trends, because, and then, which is 310 million of tons to be reached by 2030. We are not there yet, and there are some member states that are really struggling to achieve, because this target then is translated by member states. So we have a European, but also member state targets. And then the CRCF is actually a tool to actually support the member state and the EU as a whole to achieve these targets. But I really appreciated your intervention. What are the drivers of this change? Where the money come from? So we really need to put together all the different sources that may come from the value chain, but also from the CAP, supporting not the credit itself, but all that is needed around that. So MRV, and I really appreciated the mentioning that MRV something that could be vehiculated through the CAP.
So you could say that our land sinks are degrading, but we have a LULUCF target that is trying to reverse that trend. But since it is very difficult for many member states to actually reach that target, it would be, you're saying basically we can use any help there is to incentivize practices that can lead us to achieving that LULUCF target. But then my question would be, there is this target under the LULUCF, and we see more or less what the CRCF is, how it's shaping up, and what kind of system it will be. To what extent do they communicate? Because you have your target in LULUCF, you have your requirements under the CRCF, the indicators that are being used. LULUCF is at member state level, CRCF is a project-based, potentially plot-level scheme. How do those correspond to each other, and how can we make sure that they do feed into each other in some way?
Yeah, the common ground is the inventory. I mean, the member states are accounted for the emissions reduction that are reported in the inventory, which the source of the picture that you were showing earlier. And these inventories are, there is, of course, the member state inventory and the EU inventory. Just to give you an overview, the EA actually collects the member state inventory, so it's on member state to provide the inventory. We quality check this inventory, and then we compile the EU inventory. So the LULUCF sector is one of the sectors that is affected by the highest uncertainty in the inventory because of several reasons, but also for the difficulty to track the changes on land. And there are, it's in many cases, for instance, in soil carbon, we see that member states are still using a lower level of accuracy, like tier 1 accuracy level, which means that the member states are not really seeing what is happening on the ground through the improvement. And this means that there are cases where the land in cropland soils is accounted for with tier 1, which also means that there is no emissions and removals captured in this land. So we really need to have an improvement of the inventory in a way that they can capture the activity that are taking place on the ground. But to do so, we really need that this CRCF come to a scale, because we cannot see the single plot, but we can see, I mean, the inventory is capable to capture activity that are taken in place in large scale, but also have the tools to get that. And this is actually a requirement that is enshrined in the LULUCF regulation that asks the member state to improve their inventory to achieve tier 2 and in some cases also tier 3, to have a special explicit tracking of land use change. So there is some work that is already ongoing in the member state, but we are not, we really need some data, more data, the member state need more data, and this is something that also this system could feed the member states to get this data. So that's also a key issue that we need to explore better. And we had also some session on that, but I don't want to take all the floor.
No, thank you.
This is
great. I'm wondering if I got it right. You're saying member states, the inventory should evolve towards more detailed analysis and reporting, so tier 3 methodologies, and you're saying that actually the CRCF, in order to be more compatible and to be able to exchange with the CRCF, it should evolve towards that more detailed reporting. At the same time, you're saying actually data generated under CRCF might facilitate that transition to that more detailed inventory.
And there is also positive feedback in doing this. If the member state is capable to develop a more detailed modeling, tier 3 modeling for soil sector, this same modeling could be also used by the CRCF in the project operators to estimate. So it may, at the end of the story, lower also the cost of these MRV activities, because the models will be calibrated using specific data that are country specific, so you don't need to calibrate the model. There will be some validation, of course, needed, but the effort from having a shelf of possible models that are applicable to different environments will indeed also lower the costs. And I know that many project developers are actually investing a lot to develop these models and go through verification of this model. Having something at country level will lower this kind of efforts and costs. So, and of course, there needs to be a system in place where this information collected, some measurements made at plot level could be made available. I'm not saying public available, but at least available to the public authorities, the inventory authorities, in order to be used for this kind of exercise.
Thank you very much. I see also the nature restoration law, and right under that I see the soil monitoring law, which are two policy files that we've also been discussing in the Credible project in the context of the policy mix for carbon farming. So I'm wondering, Hugh, if I can volunteer you to give some views on that.
Just quickly, there's a bit of feedback on the speakers, unless I'm going crazy.
No, that is true. Yeah, we do hear a bit of feedback.
If that can be worked out, thank you. Yeah, so the soil monitoring law, we have discussed in this focus group that Chu has been leading. It's still under development, and there's still a little bit of feedback. But, so we can't be definitive about exactly what what's going to come. But I mean, the overall objective of the soil monitoring law is healthy soils by 2050. I think it's a non-binding goal, but that's the direction it's headed in, right? And it also sets some definitions and some kind of processes and methods for monitoring soil health across the EU. Now, with that topic, of course, there's some alignment with the carbon removal certification framework, but they have quite different objectives and quite different scopes. So they're not one-to-one. It's not like we can take the soil monitoring law information and pop it into the CRCF. It's more like Lucia was saying, it's going to be providing the sorts of data and impetus for kind of model development and improved science that's going to support model development for carbon farming, which should help farmers have a better understanding, hopefully at low cost, of what the link is between the actions that they're implementing and then the climate impacts of those actions. And hopefully also the impacts on other sustainability objectives that we care about as well. The soil monitoring law's got, I think, 200,000 different, they're going to have 200,000 different monitoring sites across Europe. So that's one every 2,000 hectares, according to my late night calculations. So clearly, that's quite a different scale to these project scale that we're thinking in the CRCF, right? So there's a little bit of mismatch in scale, but it's going in the right direction. The other issue, I think, is on timing. So hopefully we get a soil monitoring law this year. But even so, then the process takes quite a long time to come through. We'll be getting the monitoring and evaluation results in 2030, 2031. But we need CRCF action a lot faster. So I think in general they're pulling in the same direction. But yeah, it's not a one-to-one relationship. And I mean, it shouldn't be. They're two different policies. It would be crazy if they were doing the same thing. So.
Right. It would be strange to duplicate policy that tries to do exactly the same. You're saying the soil monitoring law has a very, very different scope. It operates at a different scale. And therefore, it's not translatable one-to-one. Is there any learning that can be done still from the discussions under the soil monitoring law, or?
I mean, I think for me, the main sync is that they're going to be developing the science and the data, which is going to be crossover for the two of them. That to me strikes me as the most direct link. Yeah.
Right. So as we develop the science under soil monitoring law, it could make the CRCF methodologies potentially more scientifically robust, more developed.
Yes, certainly. Yeah.
Andrew, do you want to comment on that?
Yeah, maybe just to add on that, because I do think you're right, Hugh, that from a farmer's perspective, carbon is very conceptual, whereas soil health is much more tangible because it speaks to fertility and resilience and, you know, the core economics of your farm business. So I think finding ways to have that feedback loop between, oh, you've generated X carbon units and the actual currency that matters to a farmer beyond euros is important. Totally agree with you that there's a scale mismatch, both in time and space, actually. Where I think there could be an opportunity, given that the soil monitoring law is still being debated and the sort of precise annexes and so on still open. And this aligns a little bit with where the CRCF conversation about co-benefits and sustainability is going. You know, how do we understand the soil health, biodiversity impacts of carbon removals? And somewhere in that mix is a conversation about practices and deriving assumptions about, you know, well-founded assumptions about certain practices, which may or may not be where the CRCF piece ends up going. But, you know, practices can be monitored on an annual cycle, and you can therefore give farmers a feedback about, okay, you did X, and therefore the likely impacts on your soil health on your farm right now are likely Y. That's not what the soil monitoring law is trying to achieve overall, but it could be that these are sort of sub-indicators that are useful to bridge that scale problem and also get closer to delivering to farmers something that actually resonates.
Indeed, the relevant question under soil monitoring law is which indicators exactly will be used to, for example, monitor soil biodiversity and so on. And that is, I think, a discussion that is at the same time ongoing, again, at a different scale with a slightly different intention maybe, but under the CRCF, because also there are discussions about, okay, how do we actually monitor biodiversity and which kind of biodiversity are we going to look at? So I think it would be interesting that those policies look at each other and ideally maybe learn from each other and take an indicator that could, you know, either indicators that support each other or indicators that match in some kind of way. Yeah, Hugh, I volunteered you both for soil monitoring law, but also for the nature restoration law. Do you want to say something on that?
Yeah, happy to talk about nature restoration law as well. So the nature restoration law came into power last year. and aims to restore nature within the EU. So I think 80% of natural spaces in the EU are degraded. And this policy sets member state targets, so member states are obliged to take action to improve these degraded areas. So 20% by 2030 and increasing amounts by 2040 and 2050. For agriculture, I mean, there's different targets set for different types of ecosystems. So for agriculture, there's an obligation on member states to improve the biodiversity of those ecosystems. And the indicators that are used there are things like a grassland butterfly index, area covered by high diversity landscape features. I've got them here in front of me. Soil organic carbon, and a common farmland bird index. And I think there's some clear overlaps there with the carbon removal certification framework. And certainly, Alan already introduced the sustainability requirements of the CRCF. So there's an obligation that you do no significant harm to a number of these different sustainability objectives and deliver biodiversity co-benefits. And initial drafts of the CRCF methodologies that came out late last year for carbon farming on mineral soils proposed that we could just use one of those indicators that I just listed from the nature restoration law to demonstrate that those carbon farming projects were delivering biodiversity co-benefits. But I think problematically, as you would have hopefully heard, one of those indicators is soil organic carbon. So it seems like a bit of a circular argument. No, I mean, we know that these carbon farming projects are going to deliver soil organic carbon improvements. At least that's the entire aim. Yeah. That's the main benefit. I don't think it's sufficient to say that that one indicator by itself can also be demonstrating this biodiversity impact. So hoping to see that that will be adjusted in the next, the revised drafts of these methodologies.
Right, so there is a way to be coherent with other policies, but still not get it right if you're copying an indicator, which is your main.
Well, I mean, yeah, depending on your objectives, I think. But
Okay, okay, yeah, good to hear. Maybe we can go to the next Menti question, or actually, no. Before we do that, Lucia or Ellen, is there something that you would want to base? I mean, you've kind of, I think your presentation touched upon a lot of things already. But hearing the reflections from the others, is there something you would like to add, maybe?
Maybe just 2 points. First of all, I really want to endorse what Lucia has said about the importance of making the national inventories more detailed, to be able to capture what farmers are doing. Because, of course, if a farmer adopts a practice and sequesters carbon, that's good for the atmosphere. There's less carbon in the atmosphere. That's a positive. But our legal framework is that we have these legal targets. Member states, Lucia has described it for the LULUCF, and agriculture then is also within the effort sharing regulation. And unless we're capturing that in the inventories, we are simply not demonstrating progress towards those targets. And there are really serious implications of failing to do that. So I think probably I would argue that the IAC's approach, in other words, building on this very detailed database that member states have at plot level, is likely to be a more sensible way of trying to integrate carbon farming implications, results into the national inventories than the CRCF, which is always going to be, much more patchy. So that would be an argument for a technical discussion. The other point I wanted to just raise, and this is picking up on Andrew's point about the notion of blended finance. Because, I mean, you can think of blended finance in the following way, and I'm really just throwing this out. It's not something I'm an expert on. But, for example, under the cap at the moment, we can support carbon farming measures. So, for example, a farmer can get a grant for agroforestry. Okay? So that's the public money. So we are paying the farmer to plant the trees. Then a promoter comes along and says to him, look, I can actually get a private company, it can be insetting, it can be offsetting, who's actually willing to pay you for the carbon that you are storing in that tree. So, you're getting the public finance to plant the trees, and then you're getting additional private finance, which of course is good from the farmer's point of view, and it's certainly going to encourage the farmer to engage in agroforestry more than simply the public finance. But is that allowable, if you like? Is that this double funding argument this is the question for me. I mean, that would be the most obvious way in which you could have blended finance. But as I say, those of you who are more experienced, is it actually allowable? would it be acceptable for your scope 3 emissions or whatever else you want to, a private purchaser who's willing to pay for that carbon is going to do with that?
Absolutely. Yeah. The question of this blended finance and at which point it becomes double funding potentially and is conflicting with any rule that may be out there. It's a big question, and so therefore the role of public finance really needs to be looked at very, very carefully. Lucia, did you want to add something?
Yeah, I think that this issue on the double funding with the CAP has been clarified multiple times by the Commission that it's actually when the CAP is not funding directly the generation of the carbon credit, so it's not paying for the carbon credits. This would not incur into double counting, let's say, and double finance. Because what the CAP is financing are other services or the same activity, but not for the purpose of generating the carbon credit. So this is I'm reporting what the Commission has been clarifying in several occasions. So this, I think we can clear the ground with this, at least at the EU level in the context of CRCF. I'm not sure Vera would look at it in the same way, but yeah.
I can maybe add, Mathieu, some to build on that, some sort of more, maybe even more intuitive ways to look at the same issue, which is that, and we've had to look at this from operating across now 4 EU member states and 1 former EU state, a little place called the UK. But when you look at the national strategic plans that you talked about, Alan, for the eco-schemes, for example, member states have to self-assess whether they're providing full compensation for the measures that they're incentivizing or requiring in those eco-schemes, or, quote, partial compensation. And there's a variation of approaches for various reasons, I'm sure. But in many cases, what you have is a self-assessment from the managing authorities saying that we are only partially compensating farmers for the efforts, for the activities that we're asking them to undertake. And so from a sort of pure common sense point of view, that's them saying that they aren't providing enough money to fully incentivize this action. So that's one angle. And maybe, to pick up on your agroforestry, to make this even more real life, if you're integrating agroforestry into an arable field, for example, I know there's plenty of other forms, but that's the one I know best. So you'll have alleys of trees leaving the rows for your arable crops. To maintain that in a way, so there's the establishment of the trees, which you talked about, the original capital expenditure, but there's also operating expenditure, ongoing maintenance, because you need to prune the roots, for example, as well as prune the lateral growth of those trees so that you don't have too much competition between the trees and the crops, and you actually get the right balance. And so, there's another way to look at that where you could end up saying, well, paying for the capital expenditure is a partial compensation, because there's more to it than that. So I think that's kind of a lens that can help with this sort of thinking.
Yeah, we will leave some time for comments and questions at the end, and I think this is a topic that would be very interesting also to hear comments from the audience or views on that. Let's move on to the next mentee, please. So Alan already mentioned in his presentation there has been a lot of attention, and I think rightly so, on making sure that we don't add too much additional complexity when it comes to the daily work of farmers. And we know that farmers, for different reasons, are already collecting a lot of different data. And so I think there's an interest here in seeing what kind of data is being collected already, and how it could maybe be used, how there could be a synergy to use it also to demonstrate eligibility for some of the criteria requirements under a CRCF, because the CRCF, as has been mentioned multiple times, besides the requirement to monitor the carbon, it also has a host of sustainability requirements, and this is what the categories on the mentee refer to. So, for example, there is a requirement to demonstrate that you are positively contributing to biodiversity, but also at the same time not doing harm to the environment by, for example, increased use of inputs or increased generation of waste and so on. So interesting to, okay, there's very clear outliers here. Yeah, I think, Andrew, you're probably among us the one that is, the closest to the ground and working with farmers and most in touch with kind of the data they already collect in different contexts. So do you want to, maybe looking at this, walk us through where you think there could be potential synergies and where we want to avoid duplication and asking for the same information again, but maybe in a slightly different way?
My first reflection is the poor worms, the below ground biodiversity. Nobody cares.
Well, we had some farmers on the stage yesterday that cared very deeply about
and that's probably the three, right? Yeah. No, in all seriousness, I think the way to look at this is probably, if you take that principle of a farmer should only be providing data once and then it's being reused, which is, a Christoph Hansen baked into the vision. It's been said many times in the last few days. I think it really matters. We should be looking at these data points from the point of view of what do farmers have to disclose, and then there's a whole separate category of what are they voluntarily doing because they see the additional benefits. And sort of right at that end of the extreme will be the farmers that are digging holes and counting worms, which is very valuable for soil health monitoring, but it's not widely done. And so I think our perspective on this, from a very soil capital point of view, we're working now with 2,000 farmers across many countries, gathering hundreds of data points from them each year to drive assessments of their GHG emissions, their carbon removals, but also their impacts beyond carbon, soil health, biodiversity, water. And clearly it's been in our interests to make that as pain-free as possible, because every time we ask for repeated data disclosure, it creates friction with clients. So there's a very clear economic incentive for us to have innovated as hard as we can there. And here I would say we absolutely don't know everything. So if there's wisdom on the panel and in the room, terrific. But if I sort of walk you through what we can access already, it starts with the CAP declaration, which farmers have to make, and Alan, you referred to this. So it is relatively straightforward to access information about the area that is being farmed, the land parcel information, the fields, and we focus on arable systems, so the crops that are produced each year. So that's disclosed in a digital format with shape files and so on. And so when we're talking about whole farm monitoring, you can at least be confident that you know what that whole farm is. You've got the tableau to work within. But then I think the real challenge comes where, if we want to be driving tier 3 methodologies, and in my head, I'm thinking about a quantification approach where you measure and model, because again, that's what I know best. So a process-based tier 3 model needs a lot of activity data, so-called activity data, to drive it. And the way to think about that is it's basically the crop itinerary for each crop. Every input you provided, every management practice you performed, every operation, including dates, because the dates affect the climate and precipitation or humidity conditions in which that activity had an impact. So the question then becomes how much of that crop itinerary information is already being provided through regulatory requirements? Very little is the answer, I think. Pesticides, Alan, you called that out. There is this move to all farmers are going to have to digitize their pesticide records. Okay, that can be helpful, not so much for carbon emissions or carbon removals, but maybe for sustainability co-benefits. I'm intrigued to see how much variation there is member state by member state as to how that's actually implemented. Quite a lot of skepticism when you talk to, farmers off the cuff. Are you ready for this now? No. So how's that going to go? The nitrogen input is another big one. And Alan, you said it varies member state by member state. Here in Ireland, there's a database has been developed. That's not the case for all member states. So a massive input to that activity data, which does contribute to soil-based emissions, is not necessarily being mandated to be disclosed. And I think that comes back to the fact that a lot of the inputs and tillage and cover cropping, which are covered by the GAIX and so on, are monitored on a control basis, sort of spot checks in different ways, and that spot checking has evolved over time, but there isn't this backdrop where farmers are required to disclose the information up front. It's done on a policing basis to check if you're out of line with the requirements. Maybe just on the sort of slightly more positive front, I do think the IACS remote sensing piece has potential, but it needs a lot of input from different stakeholders to achieve that. And of course, what's not listed here is that there's a digitization agenda in farming, which is not uniform. It's specific to certain farm sizes and profiles where you have more digitization than not. But where a farmer is using a digital farm management system, where basically their crop itinerary is maybe given to them by their agronomist and they go out and perform it and edit what they've actually done, that can be a real time saver for this, because you can just take that and use that. That's not a regulatory requirement, but it is a policy priority, again in the vision, to encourage more digitization. So that's an agenda to look closely at as well.
Thank you very much. Lucia, Andrew mentioned whole farm monitoring, and I think that's a quite important point, because what you would want to avoid in a kind of worst case scenario is that a farmer engages in a carbon farming practice on one plot and that is certified. It has certain maybe consequences, impacts on production, on input use and so on, and it might display some effects to another plot. That could be a potential hypothetical scenario which you want to avoid, and so therefore the whole farm monitoring is important, so you know what's happening on the whole farm. But there is kind of that's at micro level, but at macro level, there's an extension of that potential issue where if a farm changes its management and it has impacts on production, it might also have displaced impacts outside of the boundaries of the farm, which is not in the farm's direct control. And that's usually referred to like as indirect land use change is an issue that can come up where the issues or the effects of what happens on a farm have also displaced effects somewhere else. And that is something, to my knowledge, happy to stand corrected if anyone sees it differently, but I think the CRCF does not cover that and recognizes it as something that is very complex, of course, to follow and to monitor. I was wondering, is there something that we can learn from? I imagine this must be an issue under LULUCF as well, with different types of land use and trying to move land use in a certain direction, but it might always have impacts that are displaced and that impact land use elsewhere. Is there any mechanism in LULUCF for tracking this, and is there something there we could learn potentially for this project level scheme that will be the CRCF?
Yeah, that's a complex issue indeed, because indirect land use change, as you said, it's can be tracked. I mean, not the specific, but can be simulated, because this is the thing we can do only using integrated assessment models that combine economic drivers at global level. So it's a global issue, because this indirect land use change is actually triggered by the shift of your crop, because you are planting trees, so your wheat could go somewhere else and then displace in this somewhere else. They are not cultivating anymore soybean, and then the soya is purchased from Brazil, and then you have the indirect land use change. So the chain is so long, it's impossible to track and to monitor. Indeed, the indirect land use change worries mostly is that these emissions, if we want to look at the emission side, are not reported and tracked. But in a world where I'm biased, I know that I'm looking just to the LULUCF and the emission, the world is more complex. But if we want to look at that, we are in a world where all member states, all parties of the UNFCCC should report on their land use change and emissions and removals. And this is actually somehow secure that this emission, wherever they take place, apart from the US, wherever they take place, they will be accounted for, in theory. But this is something that may, let's say, ensure that these emissions are not left unaccounted for. Then if this should be attributed to the single person, the single operator, this is another issue. What I see that is more tricky is to understand whether there is the food security challenge there, whether this displacement is actually affecting also the overall food security and production, and this shift of production then as a whole, not the single one, but a bunch of the volume of the carbon farming that are replacing crops with trees to make, then it might generate a leakage, a big leakage that needs to be addressed. And this is something that it's not easy. What's the voluntary market we were discussing yesterday with Andrew is how the voluntary market is addressing that is to ask the farmer to keep the same level of production than before. So force a little bit, but is this something that we want to go for? Because it's again another restriction that we are posing on farmers that might decide for other reasons to change the level of production in the fields for many other reasons that may come in their life beyond the carbon farming. So this could restrict again what the level of the freedom they can do in their land beyond what is already asked by the CRCF. So I'm not, probably answering the question because there is no answer, probably.
Yeah, thanks for giving it a shot. Anyways, it is a complex matter, and also especially if we discuss, the whole production system. I think without looking at consumption, which is the other side of the same coin.
Exactly.
So when you talk about potential leakage, all of that. We also need to look at consumption. Of course, what do we consume? What do we expect that will be produced, and in which quantities? So I think those, is especially difficult if we look at it in isolation from the production side. So that's where the consumption comes in. Hugh, I want to move to you. As I mentioned before, many of the categories that we put here on the Menti are sustainability requirements in one way or another under the CRCF. In your work, Incredible, you have been looking at how sustainability could be operationalized under the CRCF, how there could be a viable yet robust and satisfying way of integrating all these requirements. Can you share a little bit about what you found and what the conclusions were?
Yeah, sure. First of all, I think this is a great question, and this would have been really useful to have it in our first focus group meeting a year ago. And we've spent 2024, we met 6 times, our focus group, and had another meeting at the last EU Carbon Farming Summit that some of you may have been at. And our focus in our focus group was, we know that carbon farming is going to deliver climate mitigation, but we also want it to deliver these beyond climate sustainability benefits, like biodiversity, farm resilience, water, so on. No? And we wanted to know how certification could ensure that we get those beyond climate sustainability benefits. So our focus group included people from farm associations, from voluntary carbon market, NGOs, experts from science and policy. And the first thing that we did was agree upon some principles for making policy in this area. And I'll run through them because I think they're good. The first one was that we need to take a holistic approach. No, we need to think of local context and think beyond just this small little carbon bubble. We need to ensure that policy is accessible for farmers, removing barriers where possible, that it's pragmatic, and that farmers are rewarded for these additional beyond climate benefits that they are delivering. We also had some voluntary carbon market people who were giving the buyer's perspective, and they said it's really important that we have consistent and comparable approaches that have real integrity, because that's what, in the long term, is going to really drive demand for these, for people who are going to pay for these things. No? So we considered a number of different options, a little bit of a different route than kind of picking up individual indicators. What we ultimately decided was that the best way to serve this objective of carbon farming that delivers sustainability benefits was by providing farmers with additional knowledge and information, and then kind of letting them do their thing, rather than setting specific requirements or rules or indicators to monitor that. And I'll be honest, that was a surprise for me that was where we ended up. It wasn't necessarily where we started. And in the context of the CRCF, that meant like we proposed like a farm environment plan that would sort of structure the sustainability information, give the farmers the information about the sustainability impacts of the different carbon farming options they were considering, and leave it in their hands without requiring that they actually go on ahead and implement those sustainable farming practices. And yeah, the only other thing that I wanted to mention was that we thought about price premiums a bit. So we wanted to make sure that, as I mentioned, farmers are getting paid additional money when they are delivering additional benefits in the form of additional sustainability impacts. And to help facilitate that, we proposed a label that could get attached, a Sustainability Plus label that could get attached to those projects and those certificates where farmers are really delivering additional benefits.
Yeah, thanks for the overview. I noticed that we're about to start running out of time, so I will do what many moderators do, and people on the panel usually hate a lot. Could you maybe in one sentence, a sentence without too many commas and ends, provide a recommendation? Because this summit, as you've seen in many sessions, we're trying to harvest recommendations. So if you have to give a short and snappy recommendation for the policy mix, any part of it, any element of your choice that is top of mind for you, what would you say? Is there anyone who has thought about it?
I can have a first go. I mean, for me, I think for a nice policy mix, we need a really clear destination. And I think the vision, the strategic dialogue, they've given us a nice narrative description of where we want agriculture to go. But I think which would be clarifying would be a quantitative target for agriculture for climate. That'll allow farmers and the agri-food sector to plan ahead, to make long-term investments, and to understand concretely what is going to be expected of them. And then, yeah, as I said before, once we have that target, we can get out of the way a little bit and let farmers get to work.
A climate target for agriculture.
Yeah. Sorry, I added some comments there.
That's good.
I couldn't help.
Lucia, can I come to you next?
Yeah, I would say, okay, my focus is on data, and I like this collect once and use for multiple purposes concept that was launched by the Vision of Agriculture and Food. But we need to, and many let's say, legislation pieces are actually focusing for, arguing for this interoperability, asking for that. But what we need to do is to put this in practice, to make the system that actually drives to collect the different information. I think the CAP, the Ajax, is the very starting point, because we have a very consolidated structure, a member state that they have been working on that for many time. It's not serving the LULUCF, let's say, inventory yet, or the CRCF, but I think it's a good basis to build the structure where all these different information layers could be put together. And another thing, if I may, create this positive feedback loop. So give back to the information to the farmers. So not just keep it for the quality, for the purpose of assessing the achievement of any regulation, but also give products, informations to the, and this is the key, the key and the right tool, I think.
So there's recommendation 1A and 1B. So first one is build a system that can harmonize information and build on existing systems that are already there, and make sure that the information also is circled back so it can be worked with.
Yes, with indicators, with information on the health, or also simulation possibility to understand what are the effects of different practices in that particular area. So I think this is, and it's also trigger, the farmers to provide more information if they get them back in a more, elaborated
Thank you.
way.
Andrew, can I come to you next?
To mobilize adequate finance to get the job done, we must take a systems approach or a broad approach to mobilizing the different providers of funding, and have a CRCF quality standard that genuinely speaks to all of them.
Okay, so CRCF that is suitable for multiple avenues of use.
Brackets, I'm not sure we've done the job yet on agri-food systems.
Some work to do. Alan, final recommendation is for you.
I guess I'd want to insist that there is a lot of scope already in the Common Agricultural Policy to support carbon farming. One of the slides I showed that, over a third of agricultural land is at least covered by commitments of one kind or another to address climate issues. My recommendation is to say that essentially the momentum behind the CAP these days is at the member state level. The new delivery model gives member states, puts them in the driving seat. So if you want to see more prominence, more support given to carbon farming in the CAP, you have to go to your national capitals.
So
going to the
lobby the council.
Yeah.
That's what I hear. All right, that leaves us a couple of minutes for some questions. I see Jerry has a question over there.
Thanks. So Jerry Lawson from the European Agroforestry Federation. Thanks to everyone for their comments. Quick point to Alan. Alan's been around just about as long as I have in these areas. The sustainability compass is wonderful. It's fine words. It talks about collect once and use many times. But you'll probably remember back in 2007, the European Union passed the INSPIRE directive, and this placed an obligation on all member states to make publicly available geospatial information that was collected with public data. It's actually taken until this year for more than 2 member states to make their LPS information available on their INSPIRE portals. And someone's working hard. I don't know whether it's Lucia or somebody in DG Klima, but the member states have suddenly started making this available sort of 16 years later than they should have done. But I'm pointing out there are all these new initiatives that come in the vision. We've seen them all before in various guises. Again, Alan, you remember Phil Hogan was one of the ones that was pushing, when he was Agricultural Commissioner, was one of the ones that was pushing the FAST tools, the Farm Sustainability Tool. This was actually a GAIAC. This was GAIAC 5. It should have been implemented by now. And it quietly disappeared. All the member states and some NGOs pushed it back into ACES, and it's never really appeared. And worse than that, there's an obligation in the CAP regulation for all member states to have made the FAST tool available by December last year. And none of them, absolutely none of them have done it, nor is the Commission talking about enforcement procedures against them. Now, this FAST tool would have been wonderful for all carbon farmers around here because it was supposed to provide parcel by parcel information on fertilizer inputs, on soil characteristics, and it's quietly disappeared into the long grass. So Alan's final point is very true. The Commission is in a lot of things completely powerless. If the member states don't want to do something, then they collectively get together and don't do it. And even the LPIS information, there's still big countries like Germany where half of the lenders keep this information secret. Italy, where more than half of the regions keep it secret. And Greece, where the whole country keeps the parcel information secret. So we need to work on the member states, crucially.
Thank you very much, Jerry. Is there any other comment or question?
From the forestry sector in Austria, I have one question for Lucia. In Austria, opinion leaders have the notion that the more accurate national inventories get, the more Tier 3 data is integrated in a very timely fashion, the more likely it could be that double counting could become an issue if carbon credits are featured as well in national inventories and on the voluntary carbon market. Could you a little bit care to reflect on that issue?
Yeah, this is more the area of the Commission, but and please correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, the CRCF is a EU system that works within the EU boundary, aimed to contribute to the national target, the EU targets mainly, but also in the national targets under LULUCF. So it's an incentive system. At the moment, there is no, let's say, like the ETS. The ETS is accounted for in your inventory. There is not an issue of double counting there. There is an issue if any credit is sold outside the EU boundaries. And this is another issue that needs to be, if any credit is like used for other target achievement like CORSIA system, which is for aviation or other system, then there is an issue of double counting. But as far as it stays in the EU, let's say, boundaries or the country boundaries, this should not be the case.
One more. Yep.
Thank you very much, Julian from Secana. It seems that we're all aligned that in the end we would like to have sustainable and regenerative farming. And we're aligned on these outcomes. The big elephant in the room is that we have CAP at the moment, which is by far the largest instrument, which can deliver these outcomes, but only by coincidence, because we are not actively managing CAP in a way to be directed at these outcome-based measurements. Now we're developing CRCF to try to take more this outcome-based perspective, but the big elephant in the room is how can we transition that into CAP? How can we make CAP more outcome-based? I see a big opportunity there because it can ultimately reduce also the red tape and tell farmers, it's up to you, you're empowered, you have your farms, you're the entrepreneur, you know best what works best on your land. In the end, we make all the payments based on what is the outcomes that you achieve across all domains, not just economic viability, but also social equity and sustainability, environmentally friendliness. I think there's a big opportunity here, and we need to talk about how can we shift those outcome-based narratives into CAP.
Thanks a lot for a comment. We maybe have time for one last question or comment.
Hi there. Is this working? Hi, my name is Misty. I'm from Canada. I'm a farm advisor for the purpose of this comment. I just wanted to speak about the double funding that you had mentioned, and the way I view it, I think everybody here can agree that there is a lot of social benefits to carbon farming, and the way I view the funding from governments is to support the cost to that social benefit, because if you look at the actual carbon market, there's a whole nother ream of expenses a farmer would have to go through in order to actually validate and verify and put those carbon credits on the market. So I think that the funding should be viewed from the government as the social benefit and that investment.
Thank you for the comment. And I think with this, I can no longer hold you from going and have your cup of coffee in the break. So can you please join me in thanking our panel for their amazing contributions? Thank you, and enjoy your coffee.
celui-là. Juste, je vais vous rejoindre après, en fait. Ah oui, mince, ouais, d'ailleurs, c'est ça. Hésite, ok. Tu l'as là, en fait, aussi. On va y aller, je pense. Hein. Is that okay if we start? Is that okay? Yeah. Hello, everyone. Welcome to our session. So we're going to discuss today overcoming barriers to carbon farming project financing, bridging the gap between farmers and buyers. And you're going to see that we're going to touch upon some of the topics that have been discussed a lot yesterday already and try to bring some new insights and perspective. Just before diving really into the session, I'm going to let our speakers introduce themselves. And if we, yeah. So,
yes, I can start. So good morning, everyone. So my name is Romane Gibera, and I work at Agrosolutions as a consultant. So Agrosolutions is an engineering consultancy specialized in the agricultural transition, and we belong to the In Vivo group in France, that is the largest farmers cooperative in France.
Hello everyone, Ahmad Al-Bitar. I'm head of development of the Agricarbon Agrosolution, that is a research solution developed at CESBIO laboratory, which combine remote sensing, modeling, machine learning, and observation from sites to make the quantification of carbon. And today I will be interacting, showing the projects we worked on with Nataïs and Netcarbon company for insetting in southwest of France, and to see the challenges and speak about the challenges of this project.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sven Nyberg. I work for IETA, which stands for the International Emissions Trading Association. We're a business organization working in the carbon market ecosystem, but I work specifically on EU policy.
Good morning. I'm Wiebke Schulz. I'm the certification manager for Regeneration. We're a project developer under VM42, the Vera standard, in France. Our first farmers started transitioning to regenerative practices in 2023, and we're currently under validation.
Hello everyone, I'm Jonah Eman. I'm a head of agronomic operations at Nataïs, and we're a company who is specialized in the growing and the production of popcorn, and I'll be talking about our experience with carbon farming in the southwest of France with Ahmad.
thank you very much. And I'm going to introduce myself too. So I'm Julia Grimaud from IFOAM, Institute for Climate Economics, which is a French think tank working on financing the ecological transition. Just before we start giving the floor to the panelists, just a quick introduction on why we're here today. So just to start off with a kind of French example and French feedback. We have several of also French stakeholders on the panel on why we're here, is that we have noticed, as you know, we have a French carbon standard, French carbon certification standard for a few years now in France, and we have noticed that there is actually a discrepancy in terms of access to finance between different land use projects, between forest projects on the one hand and agriculture projects on the other hand. And what we've noticed in France is that for forestry projects, there's not that much problems getting access to finance and to outside value chain financing. Not all projects are pre-financed, but most of them, and it's not really a big deal, I would say, for the project developers to get access to those private fundings. But that's not the same for agriculture projects. There was a lot of supply. We have project developers and aggregators that have actually managed to get certified a lot of farms, but access to funding is a lot harder. Agriculture projects are harder to sell. And so we've been discussing with the French stakeholders on why is that. And there have actually been several reasons that have been brought forward, that have been discussed. Just to name a few of them, there is the question of attractivity that has been mentioned. Maybe forest is maybe more sexy, I would say, for especially for outside value chain buyers, that it's easy to see the impact of planting trees. Maybe it's harder sometimes to understand the benefits of livestock emission reduction project, for example. So that's been one of the possible reasons. Another reason that have been discussed is the carbon price, is that we have noticed also that forest carbon projects tends to be a little lower, tend to have a lower price, some little lower price, I would say, than agriculture projects, so around 30 euros per ton for forest project and maybe more around 40 euros per ton for most agriculture project, knowing that some of them for hedgerows, for example, are a lot more expensive. And the last element that has been brought forward is this question that we have discussed a lot yesterday already of the claims, of the problems from getting financed from within the value chain because of agro-industries being reluctant sometimes to finance because of uncertainty about allocations. If I finance on my scope 3 within my value chain, what can I claim? And all these uncertainties tend to deter a bit funding from within the value chain. And at the same time, we've discussed a lot also since the beginning of this summit of this blended finance, of combining different sources of finance. And what we see is that even sometimes when farmers would want to combine funding from within the value chain and from outside the value chain, maybe because on some project the carbon price is lower than the cost of practices and the transaction cost. They can't really do it either for this question of double claiming, that they can't really have access to finance from outside the value chain because it's on the scope here on the agro-industry, and there's this problem of double claiming. So, well, this is some of the topics that we're going to dive into today on trying to better understand what are those challenges, what are those problems, what has been witnessed or not from the different perspectives of the speakers here in the first part of the session. And in the second part, we also see how some tools, MRV tools especially, developed by some of our colleagues here, actually can help solve part of those problems. Maybe not all of them, but part of them, especially on this question of claims and allocation. And so how can it help us, and what is left to do, and then what are the recommendations that we can then provide for the CRCF so that the problems, I would say, that we witness in France, for example, on this for this funding does not happen within the CRCF. So without further ado, I'm going to turn to our speakers, and first to Roman, who is going to explain a lot better and more deeply this question of claims. Thank you very much.
Yes, so as I was saying, Agrosolutions is an engineering consultancy specialized in the agricultural transition with a focus on economic models and also environmental impact measurement. So on the low-carbon transition of agriculture, we support farmers and value chain actors in deploying two types of MRV and rewarding scheme. First is carbon farming, so we conduct a full carbon footprint and tier-free MRV at the farm or crop rotation level, measuring greenhouse gas emissions and carbon dioxide removals. And the second one is COP3 reporting programs. So these programs carried out by agro-industries comply with voluntary decarbonization standards such as the SBTi flag or the GHG protocol on sector and removal guidance. So for about 10 years, we have been supporting COP3 reporting programs for agri-food companies and monitoring a range of environmental indicators, including greenhouse gas emissions and carbon dioxide removal at the plot level. Today, the agro-industries we support face several challenges, and double counting is one of them. They try to achieve SBTi flag and net zero, so decarbonization standard compliance objective without the risk of double counting mitigation outcomes while adopting an affordable and scalable business model. So first, maybe a definition. So double counting can be defined as any situation in which the same mitigation outcome, so the same greenhouse gases emission reduction or the same carbon dioxide removal, is used more than once to achieve climate change mitigation efforts. In our situation, the two most frequent cases are if two companies account for the same carbon removal towards their Scope 3 greenhouse gases inventory reduction, or when Scope 3 emission reductions are claimed and carbon credits are sold for the same mitigation outcome. So, next slide. So I'm going to illustrate double counting issues in the field, especially in the case of rotational crops, by taking the example of wheat integrated into an agri-food industrial processing value chain. So in our example, wheat is produced on arable lands in a cereal form, sold to a farmers cooperative, stored in silos, and then sold to a mill for flour production, and finally distributed to an agri-food factory. So the same type of value chains with different stakeholders are in place for rapeseed, for instance, and also for barley. The farm, the farmers cooperative, and the mill represent the scope 3. Yes, thank you. The scope 3 of the Agrifood factory. So next slide. So there are actually two ways to lead a low carbon transition at the farm scale. The first one is at parcel level on a specific crop. So this involves optimizing technical itineraries such as reducing fertilizers inputs or changing fertilizer types to reduce indirect emissions such as volatilization or leaching. This approach is relatively simple to handle, but has limited impact on climate mitigation and no guarantee regarding carbon leakage at the farm scale. So we promote a second approach that is a more systemic approach on the whole farm. So this approach includes more impactful levers such as crop diversification, extension of cover crop in the rotation, integration also of low impact crops or high carbon storage crops like hemp, increasing also cover crop biomass or developing agroforestry with intraplot agroforestry or hedgerows. So this approach tends to be more costly, but maximizes climate change mitigation outcomes and other co-benefits such as biodiversity, water protection, water quality protection, and also soil health, thus contributing to more effective ecosystem services. Next slide, please. So this model of agricultural transition at the farm scale should be encouraged, but today the economic model to de-risk the transition for farmers is not easy to find, and the double counting risk is a barrier when trying to combine value chain funding, so insetting, and beyond value chain funding, so offsetting. Because the willingness to pay of value chain actors is directly dependent on the guarantee that they have that emission reduction and carbon dioxide removals convey a unique claim and are not double counted. So when emission reduction and carbon removal are calculated at the farm scale, what can I claim as an agri-food industry, and what can I report? There are three situations that I will mention that we can see on the field. So the first one is the strict approach, where the agri-food industry can only claim for scope 3 reporting the climate benefits from levers applied to the wheat, in our example, to the wheat crop it buys. The second approach is the allocation approach. So the agri-food company can also claim emission reductions and soil organic carbon, soil sequestration from levers affecting the whole farm, such as with hedgerow planting, for instance, but weighted by proper allocation keys, that is to say, a calculation method that allows to split the benefit between the different crops. And the last one is the first come, first serve method, where the funder of the agricultural transition can claim all the climate benefits on the farm. So this is three approaches that we can see on the ground. Next slide, please. And actually, there's currently no official rules on how to delimit what perimeter is encompassed in value chain approaches, leading to different interpretations from stakeholders, and a risk of double counting if the same delimitation approaches for value chain and outside of value chain, but also if the same allocation rules are not applied on the farm with the different buyers. So to limit double counting associated with corporate claims, we believe shared rules must be providing regarding scope 3 perimeter and what falls within this outside value chains, and also a shared allocation key at the farm level so that all buyers use the same allocation key to account for carbon removal, especially with levers such as hedgerow planting or other levers affecting carbon dioxide removal on the farm. So when this is clear, what falls outside the value chain can be reported by a buyer as carbon credit when it's not reported as scope 3 emission reduction. And so with clear rules and shared rules mainly, we believe that it's possible to stake insetting and offsetting financing. Ideally, these rules could be simplified and automated in MRV tools to simplify the reporting, but that's something we will discuss in the second part.
Thank you very much, Roman, for this very clear explanation on illustration of the problem. So now I'm going to turn to Ahmad. According to you, how do you feel like the CRCF could help solve this double counting issue that have been just mentioned?
Yes, so thank you for all the details that have been presented here. I will concentrate more on some technical aspect on answering this challenge. As a MRV developer point of view, the MRV system is using an immense amount of data and also is in charge of reporting, and the verification is part of it, so reporting the information. One thing that we notice when we read the directive that has been voted for last year, that there is an explicit mention to the fact to trace the reporting in a common database that will be first ensured by each theme runner, and then within 4 years there is a union repository that is expected to be actually implemented. I think that this is a good initiative to have a union repository that aggregate the information. I'm not sure that should be financed by the scheme runners, because already all the schemes are not so profitable, so think about, because we think also financing here. So then, in this case, these union repository that will aggregate the information and to ensure about double counting, to reduce the risk of double counting, it would be interesting to investigate more clearly the blockchain technologies on traceability to each of the exercises. And it won't be without challenges also, because we know that the parcel ID or uniform parcel ID in Europe is a complex notion also, because it changes in time for every year, and the schemes sometimes run for several years, you see. So there are some challenges, technical challenges to solve it. But in Europe, fortunately, we have real elements actually to address this and to combine it with what we call the Lisp system, RPG, and in France it's called Registre Parcellaire Commun, the Lisp system, plus also the farm management information system. So all these elements exist, should be actually used to their full capacity, because they will reduce the charge on the farmer, because farmers are saying this all the time: we need to have less administrative. So this means that we need to connect these systems and make sure that if we create a new database, that it takes advantage of what's existing already.
Thank you very much, Ahmad. I'm turning now to Jonah. As an industry, can you tell us a bit more about your challenges regarding all these questions?
Yes, so first, before I talk about the challenges, I think it's important that I share how we got to where we are today. So Nataïs was a company founded by my father. We're 30 years old now. But originally, he was a farmer, and we are still farmers today. So I'd like to say I'm here as a farmer and as an industry. So during the 30 years of the development of our company, we've always tried to push what we thought on a farm level sustainable practices into or grow a network, because we work with about 200 farmers in the southwest of France. And so initially we were a lot working on just improving soil health and improving practices such as use of cover crops. And then progressively, the past 5 years, we've been in a project with the CESBIO to try and get to the next stage and not only encourage doing practices, but also having practices that give results. And we'll get a bit more into the detail after, but we've really managed to get our grower network to today, where we can say we have really highly sustainable farm practices. So our main findings is with clear and simple incentives, we can move things very quickly, and I think that's something that's very important to have in mind. We've moved within 5 years from 35% of our growers who are in these practices now to over 70% of farmers who implement cover crops before they grow the popcorn crop that they contract with us. Only something that is core to have to make sure that we get quick and long-term results. So the main challenges that we've had as a food industry is, first of all, we mentioned it a bit earlier, is that we're one actor one customer, let's say it like that, for the farmer. We contract one crop, certain fields on the farm, and there's that question with if the farm is engaged in other schemes, how does that work together? So that's one side, for more on the farmer side. And then we have a similar topic with our customers, where so we have the particularity that we go from the seed all the way to the finished product, and our customers are directly it can be cinemas, it can be food industries that pop the popcorn themselves, or directly supermarkets. So we talk to them about what we do, how we encourage the farmers to go towards more sustainable practices. And they're actually ready to help and to finance this. But because we're not able to provide a certificate or a certification so that they can claim they've helped to reduce the emission, or the product they're selling is lower in carbon than another product, that's also been a challenge for us to see how we can bring value to our customers through what we're doing with the farmers.
Thank you very much, Jonah. Also very interesting to have also this point of view of industries in this discussions. I'm going to turn now to Wipke, your project developer. And so as a project developer also in Europe, what are the challenges that you have witnessed and seen as also in terms of getting access to finance?
Thank you, Julia. I think we can also go on a slide. So I want to give the case for the offsetting. Now we heard the insetting. We are implementing a Regen Ag project with farmers. I already said they started in 2023. And we implemented something that we believe is a farmer-centric approach. What does it mean to have a farmer-centric approach? It means that the farmers don't only join your program for the money, but they're actually committed to the practices, and they're actually committed on the long term, and they believe that with you as a partner, they can achieve the transition of their farm. So how do we do this? How do we approach the farmers? The first thing we say is that we are your partners. You are not our clients, and we try to get the maximum value for you. The farmers, they need to understand that when we win, they win, and that we really try to get the maximum value for them. Then the second point is that farmers, they're planning something on the long term. We're not there for 2 years implementing some practices and then we're gone. But we are working out with them a roadmap on 10 years. And the objective is that after 10 years, their farm is fully transitioned and in a model that is sustainable beyond the 10 years. This is actually a very important aspect of the offsetting programs, because also the buyers, they're expecting that the ton of carbon, the credits they buy, they actually stay sequestered in the soil. And the only way to do this is to have permanent practices. So that's why we keep the farmers engaged for at least 10 years with clear objectives in year 10 to have a whole farm transition that can be sustained in the long term. The next point is something I also learned, because I'm not a farmer, and it's always interesting to be in contact with the farmers, and never underestimate their interest also in the MRV technology. They will not buy into something that they're not convinced of. And who knows, it's always the farmer himself or herself, who knows the best what's happening in the field. And if you're proposing them a solution that's giving them an approximate, an estimation of what could happen in the field, and they don't understand what's how do you get to that value of, for example, a soil organic carbon stock? It creates frustration and it creates misunderstandings, and in the end they might not follow your program and they might not be motivated on the long term. So what we see is really engaging for farmers is a promise that you take soil samples, because that's what they know their soil, and they know you can only estimate the real things that are happening in the field by going there and looking at the actual soil, because I mean, it's called soil organic carbon. So at some point we should look at the soil. And that's also what the farmers expect. And there's only one argument for the soil samples, but I think it's quite a strong one. And then the last point that we implemented is an agronomic support, individual agronomic support, actually, where every farmer is put in contact with an agronomist who's specialized in the farming type. Because we don't believe in the one-size-fits-all approach, but we believe that every farm is different, every farmer is different, every starting point is different. So the objectives that I was talking about before, the objectives for the 10 years and for the 5 years, and also every year, like looking at the farm, looking what's happening, those are evaluated in collaboration with an agronomist. So this is the offsetting case, and I'm very interested to see like how this can work also with an insetting case, because in Vera, in the offsetting programs, we cannot sign with a farmer who's already implicated in another carbon program, but what's possible, of course, we have an MRV approach, and there are only so many emission reductions on the farm, there are so many emission removals on a farm per year, and then I believe you should be able to attribute them to the supply chain or as offsets to allow for a whole farm transition and to have a farmer who can be the whole time accompanied and the whole time in practices.
Thank you very much, Wipke. I'm turning now to Svea. In your view, what does the CRCF can play? What's your vision also of the market for nature-based credits, and then what role can the CRCF play on that matter?
Thanks, Julia. And first of all, it's great that I'm the sixth person on this panel talking about challenges for funding, and nobody's had to repeat themselves, which I think is kind of a metaphor, actually, for the situation at hand. But for a bit of context first as to where I'm coming from, sorry, is this okay? Better? I'll shout if I have to. Okay, well, I'll lean down a little bit. I'm too tall for this. For a bit of context as to where IETA comes from, we represent over 300 companies operating in the business, in the corporate market, in the carbon market, globally. And this includes also voluntary carbon markets, but also compliance markets. And this includes, project developers all the way to schemes, but also financial enterprises and the ultimate investors of carbon projects and also carbon credits. And I think the beauty of that, for me at least, working with so many companies on the supply and the demand side of carbon markets, is that I can actually see the challenges on both sides when it comes to funding these projects. And I think in the European context, the CRCF, or the proposal for the CRCF, really was, in a way, kind of revolutionizing this discussion as well, because it was really a signal from the EU to the market globally, but mostly in Europe as well, that the EU is really committed and willing to invest into scaling up these removals, and that there's also a role for these removals to play in achieving climate targets. So I think this was a great signal, but while it's still a framework for the supply, so we're looking at the rules for registries. We're looking at rules for specific methodologies for removal activities. It is very much a quality criteria framework. The decisions that we're making currently, or that are being made in the CRCF right now as we speak, will have a direct impact as to how these credits will be recognized ultimately on the market, how they will be used, who will be buying them, when they will be buying them, how many they will buy. So there's a very direct correlation between the decisions on supply and how these will be recognized in the EU and broadly as well. I think that for the CRCF, especially when it comes to nature-based projects and under the scope of the CRCF, it has to be an appealing tool for both landowners and farmers, but also for the ultimate buyers. It has to be equally important for both of them. And this is something that we would recommend as really a key recommendation for the implementation. I mean, now we're still in the implementation phase of the CRCF, and we'll see likely the first credits in 2026, but a lot of work has to be done still. And I think, like, bearing in mind this connection between the decisions on supply and also what this does for for demand, sorry, I think what here is really a critical and decisive element is clarity on how we can use these credits. And for now, of course, this is a framework dealing with only supply. But ultimately, we will need to know, farmers will need to know as well, if they're investing the time and resources into getting CRCF certification, and also investors need to know how they can use these credits ultimately for their own corporate decarbonization trajectories, or if it can be used for compliance at a future time. And we can also bear in mind that there is a very explicit role for carbon credits and carbon projects in the EU's decarbonization as well. I mean, we have targets like the net zero target at 2050 and net negative thereafter, but we also have interim targets that have been proposed, like the 2040 target, for example. It's only a communication, hasn't been adopted yet, but there's also, in its impact assessment, they set out like 400 million tons of removal credits by 2040 to achieve this reduction target of 90%. And that includes, of course, also engineered carbon removals, but also land-based. So we have objectives in the EU, we have long-term targets, but really what we're missing is like the missing piece between the CRCF framework, which deals with quality, and then also being able to achieve these objectives. And I think clarity on use cases will be actually this missing link. And we see a few different plausible avenues here for the use cases. I mean, when it comes to compliance, there's a very, very initial conversation on an emissions trading system for agriculture. But again, very early stages, there's been no proposal. And it comes also with a set of difficulty or challenges of regulating the agriculture sector, which, as we all know, is, we can't ignore and it's to be expected. On the other side, we're also seeing currently now EU policymakers are negotiating rules for how corporate environmental claims can be substantiated, and that also includes how carbon credits can be used. I've heard it a few times already at this conference. It's the EU Green Claims Directive, but we haven't seen a conclusion on this yet. But ultimately, clarity on use cases will be absolutely necessary to actually drive the demand that we need today in these removal credits. So that's the challenge I would say is on our mind.
Thank you very much, Via, for your views on this, and thank you also for bringing up the question of ETS and compliance demand that I think we have not discussed that much from what I've seen, and that's also, as you say, maybe still an avenue, hopefully. Thank you very much. Before we go into the second round of discussion more on those tools and MRV tools that are being developed, we have a short Mentimeter for you to keep you awake and engaged with us. So if you have the QR code and you have the code up there. So 58519051, if you can't see it. We have 5 short questions for you, and then we'll go into the second round. So first question, are you already involved? And when we say involved, it's not necessarily just project developers. It can be also people that are not necessarily building the project, but working around, so that you include as many people as possible. Because what we're discussing also today is also based on what already exists, and so it's interesting to see how many of you are already implementing or contributing to implement projects on the ground. So I think that's the majority for now. Majority of you, will give you just a few seconds to answer.
I thought of a question. Maybe I can ask our colleague.
Yeah, sure.
To complete, because it was very interesting intervention, and I thought that you spoke about the expectancies for the CRCF And I've noticed, compared to the last summit, there is some fears about the CRCF that emerged today with some first comers into the market. Can you tell us about the fears for the financial part from the CRCF also, because there are two parts of it that need to be considered? Like what are the things that could be over maybe, I don't know, over legislation or stuff like this? I don't know, your opinion from financing point of view.
Yeah, sure. I'm happy to answer that while we wait for the responses here. And I also was at the first summit in Valencia, and I agree that at that point we didn't even have I don't think we had even the text of the CRCF, so the conversation was a bit, shifted, or has shifted now. But I think some of the concerns, at least from what we've been hearing, in our membership and also in the community in Brussels especially, is that of course we want to avoid a duplication of work as well, because a lot of these projects have been existing, of course not CRCF certified, for many years, both engineered and also land-based. But now there's, we're having a new system, as you mentioned, a new registry. There have been existing registries already under under schemes. We have, another administrative burden. It does seem like, in the end of the day, perhaps an additional cost and a lot of administrative burden for something that has been operating already. So, of course, we want to avoid this. And there is added value to the CRCF, or this is how we expect it to work, but the added value has to be clear. And I think that was driving my point on use case, is that kind of also is the additional value of the CRCF, or else there will be no demand even from the supplier side.
Thank you for this.
Thank you.
Yeah, just so that we can move to the next question. So I think most of you are involved. And so, yeah, now which country are you operating, or which countries, if there's several, you can answer. And thank you for your discussion. Okay, so we said there's still plenty of countries, I'm guessing scheme, public, private, at both national and local levels that are actually in operations already. And as you just mentioned, of not reinventing the wheel, also I'm guessing also, yeah, it's with this diversity of countries and scheme already in operations. Okay, so we see France, Italy, Spain. Yeah, I'm guessing we've heard of some of these experiences already quite a lot throughout the summit. Okay, thank you. I think that's a first good overview. And that's also interesting in terms of challenges. We'll ask you, we'll try to, I'm not sure how we can cross the answers between the question with Metimeter, but also we're going to ask you a bit later, what are the challenges that you are facing? And I think it'll be interesting also to connect with the type of schemes that are under in operation. Thank you. We're going to act to the next question. And yeah, question that brings us today, do you have, for those already operating within one of the schemes and the countries that you mentioned, do you have trouble accessing the funding, or is it everything going very smoothly and there's no question and no challenges in the way? Because as you were saying, building on what exists, this is what we were trying to illustrate and show with the intervention here is if we have the challenges already within those schemes, how do we make sure that we try not to reproduce them at the CRCF level and try to make the shortcuts to really unlocking those fundings. So yeah, I think the answer is quite it's quite obvious here on not easy, not easy in any probably of those mechanisms. Just a few seconds and we're going to switch. Yeah, thank you very much. We're going to switch to the next. There's just two more, and then we go back to the second round of questions. And so, yeah, questions also what brings us here. Are you, from what you've heard, from what you've seen the CRCF now, the regulation, compared, as you said, to last year. We've been several summits. We've been discussing a lot also within the 3 days. So how worried or how confident are you in terms of having the, I would say, right amount of finance really being channeled through the CRCF, whether it is, can also include private finance, of course. This is what I think the main thing we're discussing, whether it is offsetting or insetting, but also it could be the questions of blended finance with public funds. It could. You're more and more worried with it. Okay, so it's worried but not desperate. So that's that's good. That's good to see. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. And very last question, directly regarding the topics. Oops, sorry, the topics we just discussed. According to what we've touched upon, double claiming, we touched not that much, but a bit common price. We discussed indirectly question of permanence, all the challenges that within the session and with the others could a bit deter the finance for nature-based credits and especially agriculture credits. What is the main challenge that you witness actually? What you think is the baseline? And I think, this is a cloud word. I don't remember the type of question. Yeah, sorry, I thought we were meant to have a cloud word, but that's okay. You'll have the overview. Yeah, okay, so we have still the kind of supply topic, supply, also linked to credibility of business, but with baselines, methodologies, etc., the double counting that we mentioned, price of credits, the need for compliance demand that we've touched upon maybe a little in some of the sessions already. Complexity, I think, refers also to the supply framework and really the methodological framework. The claims that we're going to discuss a little more. And complexity of MRV, so and traceability, we're going to discuss it also later. So thank you very much for this, your first insight. And we also have to reassure you direct questions from the room at the end of the session, so don't worry, you'll be also able to ask your questions to the panelists. So we're going to go back to the second round of questions, which is more on what do we have available or soon to be available to help solve some of these challenges, especially the question of claims and allocation that we discussed, but not only. So I'm gonna turn to Ahmad and Jonah. We have a shared presentation on the tools and the approach they have been developing together.
Hi? Yes, it works. Not yours.
Hello.
There, it works now. Okay, so.
Yes, so I read about some of the keywords were complexity and bring simplicity, and I completely agree with that. And when we took the decision to move from where we wanted to not only reward the farmers for what they're doing, but actually for the result they have. So that's when we began about 6 or 7 years ago. We met, I can't remember exactly how, but we met the CESBIO. And we talked how could we actually improve things and how could we develop a simple method where we could actually measure without putting the burden of the calculation, the burden, and saying in a very simple approach, how could we actually quantify the carbon that is stored through cover crops. And so that's when we started working with Ahmad's team. And so remote sensing is clearly a solution, and Ahmad will dive a bit deeper into that. But here you can see on a map what we are able to do using the tool that have been developed by the CESBIO. Obviously, the greener bit in the middle is our farm, because we've been pushing these practices and trying to show our growers network what we can do and what is possible to do. And why I really strongly believe in satellite imagery, using satellite imagery, is it's the only tool that can really take into account the variability that we have within the fields. In our area, we have a lot of change in soil types, and yield potential is not the same everywhere within a field. And so far, I believe the satellite is the only tool that is able to take into account that variability. And so I'll let Ahmad detail a bit more how it works, but yeah, we came with that need that we had to calculate simply and efficiently the carbon stored through cover crops.
Yes, so yeah, when Nataïs wanted the quantification, they're working on maize, but also they're encouraging the farmers to make cover crops. And the cover crops, they don't have the estimation of biomass. We need to wait to get the biomass. And then this will be introduced into the soil for many reasons. One of it will be nitrogen capture, but also it protects the soil and increases the days of coverage of the soil and for the health of the soil. So their first motivation was actually for sustainable agriculture, was not for the carbon. And they said, okay, we not to pay for the farmers, but we know this quantity. I need to pay each one with the quantity he's actually producing. So we had the tool which we're working on since many years now, which combines remote sensing plus Bayesian or probabilistic approaches to take into account the heterogeneity and into physical models. So we constrain the modeling with the remote sensing. So the image you seen before is not just a picture or an image from a satellite. It's a combination between satellite plus model to get this information, so in time and in space. And we actually, it was an exercise when I first started with the research project. We worked together, and then once this became mature, then the company wants to make sure that operationally this can be done. So it's not our job to make it operationally done every year. So Netcarbon, which is a startup we work with, they implement it in their system. And now that the whole thing is like operational, now for the financing it's much easier. So every year for the financing, Nataïs actually has a contract with Netcarbon that activated every year. So this year it's automatic. With Netcarbon, okay? So Netcarbon makes the estimation. They can come back to us for some expertise in terms of, but they can run independent. And then the farmers are getting paid for this. And now Nataïs is looking at, I don't know what you're looking at now. We have done the first exercise, I guess, for the carbon, no? Sorry? Now that we have done this, now you're going for the next step, right?
So it's what I was explaining earlier. I mean, we have our customers who are ready to buy into buying carbon credits, but they need the certification for that to be able to claim that. But we've actually worked with all our network. When I talk about network, it's also our suppliers, our various partners, and even our bankers who are really ready to put into that. And so that's one thing I really want to put the focus on. The insetting, we talk about circular economy and things like that. I think the insetting is really important, and it's important that the CRCF takes that into account. So, things like what we do are able to continue, and that they can be recognized for all our different partners. So we've moved from 3,000 to 8,000 tons stored that we measured through this tool in 2024. So that shows how a simple method can very quickly bring, like you said, the farmer, he believes in this because he sees the map, he knows his fields, he knows where the cover crop will grow better, and that directly relates, and so that builds thrust into the system, and it's easy for him to understand. And I think that's something that's very powerful. And so we pay a premium of 45 euros per ton. On average in 2024, that was between 70 and 78 euros per hectare for the farmers who were in these practices.
Yes, so maybe go to the next slide. So the next step, so we're looking at the biomass. This is from satellite, and the validation you've seen before is done just for validating. The product runs, and it's produced from the remote sensing data. You don't need the site data to get the validation. For the biomass, right? For crop biomass, and their uncertainty. So we get the information uncertainty. We see that very high intensity for the biomass, which means that inside the same field, there is variability very big. And now we have the
And
soil.
I know the fields, and I definitely know that the areas where there's more biomass are more fertile areas. I can confirm it.
Okay, good then. And then the soil model is coupled, and then we can have now bad carbon budgets. So this is for 1 year here, but we have done it for 5 years. So now we provide the carbon, and just one click, please. So then, yeah, one click, okay. Then now we have an estimate from remote sensing with biomass from vegetation, which is efficiently, cost efficient for them to pay the farmer. Okay, so they're paying the farmer every year with this operationally. It's running. And now we have estimate for the carbon, and we have also, we can know from this estimate, very high resolution, where samples can be done to make optimal sampling inside if they're need, okay? And we don't encourage to have very dense and rely only on sampling because the cost will be very high. This is what we consider. And this information now is given to Nataïs so that they can go and get the carbon credits.
And what I really think also is great is it's a tool that's very easy to scale up. It's a tool that is cheap to run, and I think it would be a shame if we put in place calculation methods and frameworks or that rely a lot on sampling, on entering data that could be quite expensive, on having expensive platforms. So here, out of the total budget we allocate to the carbon to reward the carbon farming practices, we have 98% that goes to the farmer. There's only 2% that is used for the calculations. And I think that's, as a farmer, I think that's really important. He's the one doing the job, and he needs to get the vast majority of the reward. And through this tool, we really enable that.
Thank you very much, both of you. Very, very interesting and illustrative also example of what it can look like. I'm going to turn to Roman again to try and also link the use of those tools that you worked with also with this question of claims and allocation that we've discussed before.
Yes, maybe a bit of background. In France, Agrosolutions contributes to the development of contributed and still contributes to the development of the low carbon label method for arable lands. To the French official certification scheme for greenhouse gas reduction or carbon dioxide removal project within the French territory. So we have built an MRV tool that is called Carbon Extract that quantifies emission reductions and carbon removals at the farm level, and that is aligned with this low carbon label. And currently, when we are working with farmers' cooperative or agri-food companies, that are financing the transition, we need to manually recalculate what can account for scope-free greenhouse gas emission reduction and what can be sold as carbon credits to other stakeholders. And so this involves manually allocating, as I was saying, greenhouse gases emission and removals per crops. So at the same time, we have a tool for corporate reporting regarding scope-free greenhouse gases emissions that is called SMAC-TRACE. So this tool is more of a data processing platforms and has the advantage of being directly connected to farm management systems, so FMS, direct primary data from agriculture, from farmers. And so this tool is built by SMAG, that is another branch of the In Vivo group, and a French leader in farm management systems, offering digital solutions for nearly 50,000 agriculture in France. So their tool, Smart Farmer, compiles most information regarding the technical itineraries, such as fertilization inputs, yields, plant protection strategies at the plot scales, and can be filled by the farmer, but also by the cooperative technician. And Smart Farmers is currently interoperable with SMAC-TRACE to calculate indicators at the plot scale using direct primary data. So with this consideration and the problems we have with allocation, And extra, we wanted to rely also on the work made by the CESBIO in the frame of a new generation of MRV tool that would integrate much more automated calculation, automated delimitation also for scope-free perimeters, automated allocation keys, and automated connection to farm data to facilitate the reporting of scope-free emissions. And also carbon credit programs and compliance check. So the purpose is in the frame of this new European project is to collaborate with multiple actors and solution providers to facilitate and automate data collection at the farm level, integrating also development in remote sensing, because we believe that it's a good way to strengthen transparency and robustness using remote sensing data. So this tool that will be developed in the context of this new European project could be also connected to a centralized Europe and geographically explicit registry in the EU with parcel data information. And the platform also a marketplace for the sale of carbon certificates, so carbon credit, providing also information regarding the end use of insetting and offsetting certificates. This would be a way to also reduce the double accounting risk I was talking about earlier. So the main things to remember is the automation of data collection, of quantification, of baseline procedures, also the connection to a spatially explicit registry with plot-level information regarding emission reduction and carbon removals, and also a connection to a robust marketplace where we have the information regarding all the carbon certificates generated. So this would help traceability for blockchain and also improving trust in carbon markets while reducing administrative burden.
Thank you very much, Roman, for closing also this very interesting chapter on those tools and what it can actually allow us to do. I'm turning to Wipke. From your perspective, could you also explain a little more? You started already a little, but explain a little more how you solved this issue and how you managed to meet demand actually with your own initiative.
Yes.
Oh, yes.
Switch one slide. So we talked a bit about the insetting approach. We talked about the offsetting approach. I think, again, what's important is to keep in mind the farmer and the insetting approach. It's very interesting, but I think we can agree that most farmers, they don't only plant maize. They have a rotation of several crops. And the regenerative farm in general, it's more complex than the conventional farm. So the aim is to build longer crop rotations, to bring in new crops, to bring in new varieties, to try different methods of tillage. And this creates also a farm with a lot more variety, and more variety also poses the challenge that there are more data points on the regenerative farm. And I think this is one aspect that also can challenge the satellite models, because they have to be calibrated on certain crop types. And when you have a lot of crop types and maybe also some that are not so conventional, it's getting more difficult to have a model that's working on the whole farm the whole time. And I think the optimal approach for the farmer would be that we can combine all the sources of value, and the scope 3 and the insetting is certainly a source of value, but often it cannot cover the need for the whole farm. And I think that is when the offsetting can come in. And what I see is that the most logical approach is to have like a united MRV approach. We know how many reductions, how many removers are created on the farm, and then we have allocation mechanisms between inset and offset. And the farmer first doesn't face the risk that he's subscribing to a program and then he's excluding him or herself from another program, or the risk of double counting, that the farmer becomes reluctant to even subscribe to anything out of fear that he could be challenged, she could be challenged on subscribing to several funds while not being eligible. And we should really take this responsibility away from the farmer, and that's a recommendation to the CSCF to be very clear, give very clear recommendations on this allocation mechanism between scope 3 and offset, to de-risk the farmer and to take this worry away, and to be very clear on that. And then also, as I said, the regenerative farm is complex, and to allow for this complexity and to not choose MRV technology that could mean that the farmer has to optimize, or that he is consulted by the partners to optimize for the MRV technology instead of for the reality, which is the soil organic carbon stock and which is the regenerative transition. And I think one solution, it contains soil sampling, because soil sampling, can seem simple, but it allows for this complexity, because we can go to any field, no matter if it's a perennial, no matter if it's experimental crop type, if it's something new, if it's a cover crop, no matter the tillage practice. We can always go and dig a hole and look what's happening there. And then, of course, we combine it with models, we combine it to extrapolate, to optimize the sampling strategy. So, yeah, these are the points.
Thank you very much. So we see also, the different approaches that are being discussed, and it's very interesting. I see also that there's still a diversity on the table with very good reasons in doing so in both cases. Turning to SBIO now, if we go a bit beyond this question of double counting traceability, what do you think are other challenges? There's one we have not discussed much yet in this session is non-permanence, for example, and the question of temporary credits that I know we have discussed in other sessions, and they also a worry from some stakeholders, both for agriculture and forestry. So which market do you see for nature-based credits in regards maybe to these questions of permanence and of temporary qualifications, and what would be also your recommendations?
I mean, of course, double counting has been absolutely a point of conversation in the CRCF discussion, but there are, of course, other concerns, especially when you group nature-based or land-based removals with permanent. There's always going to be discussion of having, addressing the very unique set of concerns for both of those type of removal credits. And specifically, as you mentioned, also there's this risk of reversal, which has been a huge topic as this policy has developed. And I think, there's also other issues like liability, for example, which is actually a concern for all types of removals, or making sure that the monitoring period is long enough or correctly executed as well. But I think when it comes to this non-permanence versus permanence discussion, I think MRV, and I'm seeing it, on this panel, but also over the last 2 days, how incredible the advancements have been in MRV and the potential of MRV tools in actually addressing this concern of non-permanence specifically. Our general recommendations always for the CRCF moving forward until it becomes operational next year is that the implementation actually does make best use of the market infrastructure that already exists. So as I mentioned in your question before, these projects have been operating for decades sometimes, and land-based, of course, especially projects have been operating for many years beyond that. So our recommendation would be to make sure that we're actually using the best practices and know-how of these experiences and trying to work them into the secondary legislation that we'll see, which will be the implementing rules of the CRCF itself. And I think, especially with MRV, in the last few years, the innovation, the case studies I've seen in yesterday and the day before have been, are mind-boggling in a very positive way. And especially there with such a new kind of, research and development area, that's specifically an area that we would recommend, really taking into stride when it comes to rules for CRCF.
Thank you very much, Sphere, and I think that kind of closes our second round of questions. If any of you wants to add something or react to something, please do so. Don't hesitate to raise your hand, and in the meantime, I guess we can take some questions from you also on all of this. So I see Klaus here, and yeah, there are 2 mics, so please, you can raise your hand and we can...
Thank you. I'm Klaus from Austria, coming from the forestry sector. I have one question regarding effort and benefit sharing when it comes to insetting. Do you have the feeling that effort and benefit sharing can be left to the competitive forces of the market, or is there a support structure called for in order to have a fair way of sharing the effort of doing the carbon farming and all the MRV stuff? This would be the first question, and the second one would be in regard to remote sensing. When it comes to above ground biomass, can you do all that stuff also when it comes to multi-layered, multi-species forests with different age classes and so on? Because in Austria we mainly get the answer that that is not possible. So far we need the ground data. Thanks a lot.
Do you want to do the remote sensing?
Maybe on the effort sharing.
Yeah.
Maybe that's
I'm not sure I understood your first question. Do you mind asking again?
Well, it might not be evenly distributed when it comes to carbon farming, where in which part of the value chain the effort is being done, and which part of the value chain will use the spent effort when it comes to accounting your emissions. So it might not be the same part of the value chain who has the effort and the ones who benefit. And I'm not totally sure if there needs some support structure to evenly distribute effort and benefit along the value chain if you do insetting. Or if you can leave it to the competitive forces of the market, so it's just another attribute of a product that you also know if it's like carbon positive or whatever.
So at the minute, so as a company, we've done our own carbon footprint analysis, and so part of these carbon premiums that we pay to the growers, we use as a start to neutralize or to compensate the emissions of a company, and that's more of our internal communication which we have with the different stakeholders. But the next step, because there's so that would be for scope 1 and 2, but the next step is to see how we can get our partners so that they can also contribute to, well, I mean, it could either be for them to be able to claim they buy a popcorn that's zero emissions or carbon neutral, whatever we want to, however we want to call it, or that they have also done their own carbon footprint and that they want to contribute as well by buying available carbon credits that are available in their value chain. But at the minute, the effort, so the farmer has the cost of implementing these practices. So and then we, out of our, let's say, own pocket, we pay that. We pay that effort that the farmer has done, and we actually, because there's a certain risk by putting in cover crops, and we actually have, let's say, insurance where whatever happens, if the farmer has put in a cover crop, even if he doesn't reach 1 ton or 1.5 tons or whatever he could claim for, but he has a minimum guaranteed of 45 euros per hectare, which, I mean, it's not a huge amount, but at least it covers his costs of implementing the cover crop in case he doesn't get a good result.
Thank you. Maybe on the second question, Ahmad, if you want to...
the use of remote sensing needs to be more like precise, and then to define. Technology has many capabilities, and to understand it, you go to the details. And as we say, le diable est dans les détails, and devil is the details. So yeah, for the remote sensing of forests, you have different technologies. Clearly, for the penetration depth today, like with the Sentinel one, you don't have very much the penetration. You know that the European Space Agency is launching the biomass P-band mission. Our lab is quite involved in this mission. It won't be everywhere across the world because P-band is not protected, and you have interferences from military signals sometimes or other signals. LiDAR has proven very highly efficient to follow also not only the different layers for the vegetation. LiDAR has the ISAT, which was for ice, and then they applied for vegetation, showed very nice potential. Passive microwave at very low resolution shows the vegetation optical thickness. I published many papers on this also, so you can dwell into these aspects. I think that there are many aspects. Also, Sentinel-1 interferometry has been applied. So there is ways to follow the vegetation. And for the forest fires, I was on a project from ESA on forest fires recently. Very nice applications to follow on the impact of the forest fires on the budget for the carbon. So yeah, there is so many that can follow, and one or less is much more powerful for the application of forest. Here we didn't go into the forest, as you noticed. The challenges here are different. Is cloud coverage for high altitudes, and you need to use SAR. Some vegetation, very high vegetation, you have saturation in the optical because you know the maize varieties in Brazil, it's more than 3 meters. And some in southwest France apply them. So then you have saturation. So you need to go more into depth. Yes. So I'll stop here, but very rich subject.
Thank you very much. Maybe before, if there are other questions, please raise your hand. Just in the meantime, we have 2 more Menti questions for you while you think about more questions for our panelists. So yeah, here, based on all that we've discussed, we've discussed this a lot in all the sessions. I think that the most, I would say, finance stream has the most potential. So we discussed insetting, offsetting, be more outside value chain to me financing that. Discussing whether it is offsets or contributions, but inside value chain, outside value chain, both. All the question of this also blended finance that apply to public-private, but also to private sources of funding. So, yeah, how do you feel? Yeah, I think we can guess a bit the answer, but that's still interesting to see. And that's been interesting to see what the NIDA is about, if it's about we need public funds or we need compliance. That'd be interesting if, at some point also, if you have no more questions, the people that answer NIDA could explain what they have in mind, if it's private or public or something else.
Yeah, can I ask my question?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you for the interesting discussion. I had a question for Wiebke from Regeneration. What is the current carbon credit value? And second question, have you already...
So can you, the current?
Value of your carbon credits?
Okay.
And also, have you been working on such a combination of insetting and offsetting from Regeneration?
So the current value of the carbon credit, we follow the VM42 methodology, which was, and we entered in the process last year. We're still in the process of emitting the credits, so they're not available yet, and we don't yet have a buyer's response. However, there's one project that came through and that has credits called VCUs on the market, and they're currently offered at a price above $100. And the second question was if we have an approach to combine inset and offsetting. It's currently not our focus. We focus on establishing the measurement of the soil organic carbon stock and the credits. And so it's a unified measurement approach. We don't differentiate whether between insetting and offsetting. and then we are open to distribute these credits when they're available, whether it's a use for insetting or it's a use for offsetting.
Thank you very much. And just to quickly comment, I think the results were very interesting. First, that no one actually believes in funding outside value chains. That's what I understand from the slide. But that's interesting to witness. This is the discussions that we have, but I think that's interesting to witness here, that you feel like there's a potential, it's really within the value chain. We have heard also already, but I think that's interesting to see. The question of combination and all, I think the relevance of the discussions that we have also around the claims and around that we need to be able to combine at some points different types of finance, and if we want to really make the agricultural transition, that's what I get also from this, that lots of speakers have said already, but I think this also confirms the need that we find actually the solutions that the farmers doesn't have to choose one funding stream or another, but actually be able to combine both, especially when there is high cost.
There's one.
Oh, okay. Well, okay, but still, so there's all the options and a bit for everyone. So yeah, thank you for coming up on this. But no, that's interesting for the combination, and that'd be interesting for the neither if it's whether you don't believe in voluntary finance, because you think that, as it has been said and heard, that it's never going to be enough anyway. We're going to be able to scale up with voluntary. So if it's that's behind, and we need CEP, we need compliance with an ETS or something else. I don't know if one of you, you're not forced to, but if you want to raise your hand and explain what's behind, that'd be interesting. But if not, that's fine too.
Very nice idea. Maybe online, huh?
Yeah, or
we have both
you
online.
You can see us
right?
afterwards. But yeah, I'm not seeing any hand raised. But okay, we're not forcing you. But interesting. We have another question for you. And yeah, what elements of the discussions we heard, maybe you're going to have similarities with the question of the challenges before, but do you think we should take into account for our recommendations for the CRCF? You know that each session is going to provide recommendations after this summit, so from all that you've heard and all the situations you're in and the challenges you are facing, what would be the main elements that you think we should put forward and bring to the Commission? And if there's other questions to the panelists in the meantime, feel free to raise your hand too. There's one question over here.
Yeah, thank you. I have a question about the 2 ton of CO2 captured with the crop rotation, and there was also a cover crop, and I was very curious which type of cover crop was used, because 2 tons of CO2 per hectare in Dutch standards is pretty high, so I'm very curious.
So in that particular situation, so we have a wheat-corn rotation, and we have quite a long period between the wheat harvest, which in the south of France is end of June, and we have quite a long window between the end of June and the following April where we plant our corn, and so we're actually able to put in 2 cover crops. We have what we call a summer cover crop, which we plant and let until the end of September, which is usually sorghum or these types of crops, of cover crops, because they're able to grow very big biomasses with very little water and high heat. And then we destroy that cover crop, and then we put in what we call a winter cover crop. In our case, we work essentially with faba beans. It's a cover crop that's worked quite well for us in the southwest of France. And same, we establish it in just after the sorghum, so end of September, early October. And then at the beginning of spring, we destroy it. And I mean, if we combine the 2, we manage to have more than 10 tons of biomass during that cycle. So, yeah.
Thank you. Do you have other questions? Yeah.
No? Oh yeah, now it works. So then maybe a subsequent question. With 2 tons, it would be like 70 euros for the farmer. What would those both cover crops cost the farmer if you plant 2 cover crops subsequently?
That's a very good question. So when I said 2 tons, we actually have cases where we go way above that. So that's the first information. But generally, we estimate that implementing a cover crop costs between 70 and 90 euros per hectare, compared to not implementing a cover crop. So we're only financing part of it. And that's also why we need more financing to come into the equation. And, but at least our minimum of 45 euros per hectare pays for part of that. Yeah.
Thank you. Do you have other questions? There's one here.
Yeah, I love the idea. I love the idea of a base price guarantee. Getting halfway to the cost of offsetting that probably isn't going to be enough to incentivize huge uptake. So is there a way of bringing in government or local authority guarantee in addition to that, public-private model? Because local authorities, national governments have a lot to gain from this as well in terms of NDCs. Have you explored that? Is it an option?
Well, very good question as well. On a national level, I find it's probably quite difficult to get governments to, I mean, it's my opinion, but what we've been working on is more locally. So obviously implementing cover crops has like next to carbon other benefits, such as reducing erosion, and that's a big topic in our area. And so what has been happening is some local towns have been working with the farmers to help fund putting in cover crops, because the towns, they have, when there's heavy rain with mud slides on the roads, that's very expensive costs for the local towns. And so there has been cases in some areas where they've helped farmers to pay for implementing the cover crops. But I'd say it's more at a local level that these things can happen.
Thank you. Thank you, Jonah. I think we have time for 1 or 2 more questions. Questions or comments on all that we discussed. What you also, if you want also to comment and complement the answers that you provided on the questions to, go a bit deeper, please feel free to do so. Otherwise, we'll be a little early for lunch. Well, I think we're done. I think we have no more questions or comments. So thank you very much to all our panelists for these very interesting discussions, and thank you for attending and contributing to this session. And as said, we'll also work on the recommendations, and I think you have also all the feedbacks from all the sessions after the summit. So thank you very much, everybody.
already standing there.
So, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to our session, Bringing Carbon Farming from Science to Organic and Regenerative Farms. We want to talk about challenges and solutions across research, markets, farmer-led models, and policy. My name is Lisa Ketzer, and I'm working for Bioland, which is an organic farmers association based in Germany and South Tyrol. And I will be moderating today's session. As we all know, carbon farming gained significant momentum in the last years and may be a crucial strategy in the fight against climate change. In this session, we can agree that farmers in certain circumstances can benefit from carbon farming. However, translating the science of carbon farming into practical applications is still very challenging, and we need effective financing mechanisms with clear safeguards for farmers in future. Today, we will explore these complexities through various lenses, from research, market-driven approaches, farmer-led models, and policy. We want to foster the dialogue and collaboration among stakeholders to scale carbon farming sustainably on organic and regenerative farms. So a warm welcome to all of you. We have an amazing lineup with leading organizations in this field. First, we will hear from Lynn Bautze, working for FiBL Schweiz, which is a research institution, who will provide critical insights into the scientific aspects of carbon farming and carbon credit frameworks. Next, Paul Martin from Regeneration will share the experiences working with farmers directly to measure soil carbon and issuing carbon credits. Afterwards, Chiara Michelone from Produttori AOR will present a farmer-led support model for carbon farming, emphasizing the collective support needed for sustainable transition. Finally, Hanna Winkler from IFOAM Organics Europe will discuss the opportunities and challenges of implementing carbon farming into policy, with a special focus on organic farms. After the presentations, we will have a discussion and an open Q&A round together with you, and you are also very welcomed to actively participate in our session today. Thank you, everyone, and we will now start with Paul Martin with Lynn Bautze from FiBL Schweiz. Thank you very much.
Yes, so I was asked to give a little bit more the science perspective on the carbon issue related to organic agriculture and regenerative agriculture. Although I have to admit I heard some voices that there have been too many scientific presentations so far, but I still found it important to really put the focus on the perspective of organic and regenerative farming here at this summit. So if we look at the history of what organic agriculture is, we see that soil, organic carbon, soil health, and fertility are really at the core principles of organic agriculture. I'm coming from the Research Institute of Organic Agriculture, where we hold and strengthen one of the long-term trials of comparing organic, biodynamic, and conventional farming systems. But it's really part of the tradition of organic to look at soils and to look at healthy and fertile soils also in the perspective of organic carbon. So we have quite an experience on researching the different kind of soil practices that enhance carbon sequestration, such as reduced tillage, composting, cover crops, and we are happy to share those results here today and beyond today's situation. So I don't want to repeat too much. We have been here for some days, and I just want to highlight in particular what the challenges are regarding carbon farming for the organic sector. So there we have in particular the the challenge of additionality and the question of fairness. We also have the challenge for the regenerative farmers that certain risks are associated with increasing practices. You're happy to look at the reference, and I want to focus now on the additionality aspect, because the farmers in organic farming, they have often practiced the soil building practices for quite some time. So for them, it's sometimes difficult to implement new practices or additional ones. So if you want to go for carbon credits, you really have to keep in mind those organic farmers and raise the question, what kind of new practices can be implemented on organic farms that lead to an additional soil carbon sequestration without having the leakage effects of those practices. So this is something which really need to be monitored from the scientific perspective, and where I would really vote for the argumentation that should not only be climate mitigation in mind, but also other sustainability goals. We have a huge question for organic farms in particular, where the biomass comes from. So for example, in Switzerland, we have now the huge trend that a lot of the farmers apply biochar. But if we want to really implement this on more farms, we have to raise the consequence questions of those biochar applications, for example, in relation to the biomass flows in total. And also, FiBL is part of the Clean Farms project, where we've tried to monitor also and evaluate the practices implemented on organic farms. And I have to say that in the majority of the tools, the organic practices that are happening at the farms are not measurable and reportable in the tools currently existing on the market. So there we really have to look at how can organic farms be represented in those tools, and how can they be integrated in the whole process. I also have to say, so I'm really doing a lot of practical research, really directly being involved with the farmers, so not so much the modeling part, but more really the practical research. And I find an increasing expectation of the farmers that they will solve the world and the climate crisis by just increasing soil organic carbon. And I find that the pressure is really increasing on the farmers from the companies, but also from the farmers themselves. And there I think it's really important to communicate that if we are looking at the farms nowadays, the first priority should be to maintain the soil organic carbon, instead of just focusing again and again on increasing it, because increasing it is shown in our long-term research, and we just had a session before the lunchtime, is really a difficult thing. It takes time, it takes a lot of expertise to not lose the carbon that you sequestered in the soil, and as I said, it's one factor that we have to look at if we want to look for a sustainable transformation of our agriculture system, but it should not only be the only one factor. I just mentioned this now a few times. So at FiBL, we support the long-term trial, more than 45 years of experience. There we see that soil organic carbon sequestration is possible. In particular, you will find that the biodynamic treatment and the organic treatment, which is the green and the blue line, are sequestering a little bit more carbon than the conventional systems in comparison. So these are the positive sides that organic farming can contribute. You're happy to look for further detail into the study. I will not manage to capture it all, but I think this graphic here also shows that carbon sequestration is one part. So on the left side, you see the carbon sequestration, which is highest for the biodynamic and organic sector. So this is the carbon sequestration part is showing below. And for the conventional farming, you will see that more carbon is emitted into the atmosphere compared to the others. But you also see that the nitrous oxide emissions are quite important and should not be left out of the picture. So this is something which again argues for a system where we have not just the carbon focused, but also a more system approach on really considering what the consequences of certain management practices are in the overall effect and not just on the carbon. We are also currently running a very interesting project, which is together with 55 farmers. They are having soil samplings, and they're taking part in a carbon crediting scheme together with a bank who finances the carbon credits for them. This is run throughout a whole region, so this is the Basel region in Switzerland. You saw that it's about 1,100 hectare area size, which is for Switzerland quite a good amount of area compared to the rest of Switzerland. And this project really starts in us having 3 different steps. So first, the farmers get compensation for just participating in the scheme. They are advised with farm advisors together to build up a soil humus build-up plan, and then evaluation is taking place, and at the end they are getting additional payments at the end of the project. They don't need to pay back if they have decreased soil carbon. They just get payments if they have increased something, and sampling is done on an annual basis to really show what are the current possibilities for really measuring and reporting carbon in a sufficient way. And both of the samples are analyzed in various labs so that we can also compare how the different analyzers really differ from one another. And you will see just very shortly in this graph that there is different measurement results of the different labs for the same soil sampling. So this shows that even if you have a good sampling and you get it measured in different labs, that the results will differ. And this, of course, has implications on how much is paid to the farmers, how much can be paid to the farmers. So it needs really also an annual correction factor to be a good, sound scientific monitoring scheme, which, as you can imagine, takes then quite some amount of money to do this. Here I would like to highlight 2 studies from our colleagues at the Justus Liebig University, where we also collaborate. Wiebke couldn't be here today, but it's very interesting because those studies really show the different kind of schemes existing on a case study basis, what could be advantages or disadvantages, how the different financing parts could look like. And you see here a long list of the scientific challenges and practical challenges associated with carbon credits. And I'm pretty sure that most of you here in this room are aware of those problems and of these hindering factors for really implementing them. So I would like to close very, very briefly with my recommendations that I think for the soil carbon credits, we are not there yet to leave them really on the EU level to be integrated, but we should leave them on the voluntary market because they're scientifically at the moment so difficult to be measured, to be evaluated, to be reported, that it's really a dangerous thing to look them, to consider them in the climate mitigation goal. And at the same time, they can be so expensive to make a proper sampling where this will then have problems for the farmers. So the question of who is really bearing the costs of the carbon credits is, I think, still a big thing to discuss. I'm not naive, so I think we can't hold the train anymore. So I think the carbon credits will come into policy. But if I would need to argue for carbon credits, then I would vote for biomass carbons rather than soil organic carbon credits because they are more easy to monitor scientifically. I would vote for action-based carbon credits rather than result-based schemes. I would vote for those practices which really have the most co-benefits associated for our agriculture transformation, and that organic farmers and regenerative farmers are considered in the application of this EU processes. And we also saw in our studies that there are local trends and regional trends. So if we analyze this, we saw that for some of the practices, we have climate trends leading to different results of soil organic carbon sequestration potentials. So this is important to be considered in the modeling at a later stage. And it's also important to really differentiate between the short-term effects and the permanent long-term effect of the carbon. If you want to do carbon crediting, from our experience, have a safe and sound contract with the farmers where they really know what they're dealing with, where they're really informed on how the regulations and the agreements between them are fixed in a good way. It was a good thing to really advise and integrate the farm advisors from the beginning of the projects, because they could support the farmers in building a proper sound soil management, which is then also really motivating for the farmers. And I would really argue for limiting the administrative burden on the farmers, because they are already on quite such a high pressure. And just to make it very clear from the scientific perspective, I have a lot of questions asked when it comes to carbon credits as being the climate solutions, because I'm not sure if it should really be the goal in agriculture to compensate a lot of the emissions rather than focusing on reducing fossil fuel emissions first. Or if we really want to go for a system which is more sustainable, helping the transformation, there I think the carbon credits can be a good thing to implement, but then it's more on this holistic perspective of doing something which is having co-benefits to the soil and other sustainability dimensions. Now I rushed a little bit. I hope I stick to my 10 minutes and would like to hand over to Paul to come more to the practical application.
Good afternoon, everyone. I work for Regeneration. We are a project developer based in France, and we support farmers in France and Belgium with the VM042 Vera methodology. We support them to monetize their carbon in the VCM market. So what is really important, if we step back, is what's going on at the farm level. Any farmer makes a decision looking at what's going on per hectare. That's how we look at yield. That's how the farmer looks at profitability. So when we're talking about incentivizing farmer to implement regenerative practices, the first discussion we should have before inset, offset, how we do it, is how much money per hectare we're going to pay this farmer. And it has a different meaning in different geography. And this is what we focus on when we engage a farmer. It's what we can achieve with him and how we can pay him. Because if we don't deliver a certain value, we're never going to bring all the farmers on board. We can even talk about figures, to be precise. At the moment, carbon is the only thing we can monetize. So certification should come on other aspects and other benefits of regenerating farming. But at the moment, it's carbon that has a market, established framework, and that can allow to bring this value on a per hectare basis to the farmers. Company, they want to use VCM for the moment to meet their target goal. But at the end of the day, what we're doing, we also want to do it in the offset market after, in the inset market after, and we just want to also be able to use certification for co-benefits. The proposition we have for our farmers is 60% of the value of our credits goes to them. We really want to emphasize that we need to work with them on the long term, and this is key to ensure that the transition materializes. So it's one of the, what is lacking in the current CRCF framework is the short-term engagement that they are kind of emphasizing at the moment. So for us, it's a 10-year crediting period, 30 years monitoring, so we have this minimum 40 years where we kind of like look for permanence, but at the end of the day, the permanence will come if the farmer and the transition materialized and that he will keep farming regeneratively because it's more profitable. So it's all come down to the profitability per hectare. You pay him for the transition the right price, and then the transition materialized and it's going to be permanent. We provide agronomic support. We allocate an agronomist for the first 5 years, and then depending on the need, we'll renew that. That's really important. We'll talk about it when we talk about different kind of farmers, organic, early adopters, or conventional if we want to build brackets, even if it's more complicated. Farmers cannot really be classified into brackets. If we want to be very precise and stick to the point I want to make here, how much we pay the farmers. This is a breakdown, and I'm sharing with you like kind of our financials, of our gross margin. So this is percentage breakdown. 100% of the price of a credit. 55% goes cash to the farmer. 5% go to cover some agronomic cost. 7% for measurement, soil sampling. This is an assumption of some scale. I don't know if you guys attended the Agricarbon, for example. Out of transparency, we work with them. They explain how, with scale, you decrease sampling cost. Then MRV, and then there's a gross margin on a per credit basis. So this is actually, you can look at it maybe in a euro term. The first VM042 project was listed in January. It's above $100 per credit. Not retired yet, so I don't take it as a market price. But this gives you a real view on how much money you give back to the farmer, which should be the center of the discussion to ensure that we onboard farmers and to ensure that we can reach permanent, which is what the buyers look for and which is what will drive the value of the credit. This is how we work on our projects. So we take a farmer on board year one. We have a model which is measure and model. So we're going to go soil sampling, do a soil sampling campaign, and we're going to use the result of the samples to calibrate a model. When we do that, we're able to have a model from year 1 to year 5. This model will allow us to know how much, to have an estimation of how much we sequester on a per hectare basis and how much unit credit we can sell. We go back in year 5, we soil sample again, we recalibrate the model. So this is really like a combination of soil sampling and long-term experiments where we feed the long-term experiments with more soil sample that come into a more refined model. And we keep going for a second phase from year 6 to year 10. So the idea is here that the key is to, it's not like is soil sampling good only or is model good. It's using long-term experiments to bring them to at the project level, to inform those long-term experiments with more soil data that we get at our project level, and to refine a model, and to try to be as accurate as we can. But we have to look at the soil. Farmers want us to look at the soil. Frankly, like, we cannot run those projects just based on model and practice. My farmer, they tell me, you ask me to restitute some organic matters, I want to go look in the soil, where is this organic matter? And I want to be paid for it. They're like tangible things. And we need the science, we need the long-term experiments to calibrate the model at the beginning. And I hope the CRCF will create a framework where we can have a huge collaboration, and it needs to be defined how, where scientists share models and project developers give them back soil data that they gather at the project level. And we work all together. But that needs to be clearly defined. Like, how do you publish your data when you publish a model? How do we expect to see the data to be able to work with them? So this is something where I hope this data sharing system will at some point come into shape in the CRCF. Here I underlined like the key element that I think the CRCF is currently lacking from our standpoint with the robustness that we have in our certification and what we think buyers will pay for. We need to have, like, there's an over-reliance on standardized baseline. This concept that we're going to have a fixed number given, and it's not explained how that is an average of SOC, like soil organic carbon, in an area. It's not farm-based. It's not how we can really like incentivize farmer to work and how we can sell robustness to buyers. So that it dilutes the concept of additionality. There's risk of greenwashing, over-crediting, under-crediting. Like, we really recommend to go back to farm-based baseline, based on practice at the farm level, soil sampling. The end use, like, we need to be able to have clear guidelines about how we can engage with the supply chain. I mean, we're on the VCM now. We want to work in the supply chain. We want to keep the same robustness because we want to go get the same amount of money for the farmers. So you need to have a clear explanation on how you're going to look at the supply chain with the inventory management, implementing the same thing with the farmer, measuring it the same way, but then obviously when you're in the supply chain, you look at ventilation of goods and stock management. When you're in the VCM, or in the offset, you don't have this problem of the goods because you're selling what is sequestered in the soil. And then it's, my the last point is activity and monitoring period. The long-term engagement is key. Currently, the CRCF is kind of like underlying a minimum engagement of farmers that is not long enough for us to properly measure change in soil organic carbon, for the farmer to have time to really make his transition realized. So it's for permanent purposes, for accuracy in measurement, for robustness, and for the price we're going to get from buyers, we need long-term engagement. So if you look at the standard that we follow, it's 10-year crediting, 30 years monitoring. They call it a 40 years minimum permanent, but the idea is that you want this to be permanent. So you want the regenerative transition to be in place. This is, I think, the most relevant also in relation to what my co-panelist Lynn said before. It's like, how do you include all type of farmers in the crediting system? And, you know, all what I say apply to everything. So it's not like VCM, offset, inset, we can talk about it. At the end of the day, at the farm level is the same thing. So the co-benefits, like if you talk about water quality, if you talk about biodiversity, food nutrient content, the social or economic aspect of the farm, like all that can be value aware or another, but you're gonna need certification to be able to monetize it. Like that's what the buyers will look for, clear standards, clear certification, and the robustness needs to be there. The early adopters, I mean, we have some in our program. There's different ways to work with them. You know, you can, first of all, they keep storing. So it's not because you started some practices that you maxed out your storage capacity in your soil. So that's something that should always be kept into consideration. We also have ways in our certification to remove some practices that were already implemented and factor only practices that were not implemented, so we keep the additionality concept in place. And for example, also what is very important is we allocate agronomists in our project. So work out the agronomic roadmap that will allow, for example, organic farmers to take part of your program. Like an organic farm, you will always like be reluctant often, and I speak with for the organic farmers I'm working with, the tillage is an issue. He's already doing everything right, and he actually needs to work the soil to be able to compensate the fact that he doesn't use a herbicide, for example. So then you start to have discussion, and it's, again, farm specific. You need to look at the size. Can you put in place rotation? Can you put in place grasslands? And it's each time like trying to solve the issue to reach both the regenerative goal and obviously keep the farm organic. So yeah, if I have to conclude, I would just say that the value for farmers should be the thing we all look at. We can then talk about inset, offset. But at the end of the day, robustness, it's what buyers will look for. Transparency is absolutely required. And at the moment, I think that the combination of soil sampling and modeling is the most robust thing we can do. Thank you. And,
okay. Thank you, Paul. Hi, everyone. I'm Chiara Micherone from Italy. I'm an agronomist working with the FiBL, an NGO. We work with regenerative and organic agriculture, mainly across 3 different areas of work, like international cooperation, technical assistance and training for farmers and technicians, and citizens education. And today I'm representing the Italian Association of Producers for Organic and Regenerative Agriculture, bringing our experience. This is a mainly producer association, born in 2024, and just a few weeks later we had a launch event of the association, which vision is to really involve the farmers and people in regeneration of soil, ecosystems, but also building relations between all different actors. And we have a really strong accent on empowering farmers and really bring food sovereignty. But why an association of producers? Because, well, especially in the last years, the regenerative agriculture is intended mainly in a reductionist way, so it's only a set of practices that are important, that of course we are here to regenerate soil, regenerate biodiversity, ecosystem, but for us it's really important also to highlight the added value that building relationships and building communities between farmers, producers, consumers, and not only can help, in which way it can help to really implement carbon farming practice, regenerative practice, and that can bring to a really regeneration process through the territories. So these are our shared values, so solidarity, equity, and accessibility, and sharing of course, experiences, but also problems that may come up day by day implementing practice in fields. So there was really a need for producers to unite and strengthen and support each other also, and bring their voice also in a political and institutional context. And this is not intended at all to be a certification, but a sort of alternative approach inspired by PGS, so participatory guarantee systems, in which new farmers that want to enter the associations can be supported by other members like farmers, technicians, and so on. They have to firstly assess their sort of regeneration status of their farms through a survey we build up together with the technicians and farmers. And according to this survey, they receive at the end a sort of a red, yellow, or a green light. If they have a green light, they can use a little logo of the association. If not, and if they want to remain and to start a regeneration process, they can receive, they can receive a support from trained agronomists and technicians to build an agronomic plan and a transition process to their farms. But they are intending to redo a survey also for farmers that have received a green light during the year, just to promote a continuous improvement, and they can, yes, of course, be supported throughout the time. How is this survey? We built together a framework of indicators with different areas of monitoring, in which carbon is, of course, an important part, but it's a part of the whole systems of farm, because we want to assess farms in their systemic way to be able to build an agronomic plan that can be sustainable and long-lasting during time. So we have different areas like soil, livestock, biodiversity, water management, and of course socio-economic aspects. And at the end, they receive sort of radar graphs in which it can be also exploded in different sub-indicators. And this is really intended to be a tool useful for farmers to start their journey through regeneration. And in addition to this survey, we also conduct different on-field analysis and measurements like soil analysis, soil biodiversity analysis like arthropods, and also some visual assessment and empiric evaluation with farmers also they can do by themselves. And so for us it is important this to be really a process we know farmers need strong technical and trained technical assistance based on regenerative farming practice to build something that can be sustainable financially and also from the agronomic perspective to receive income not only from carbon but also that can be holistically sustainable. Also, for us, it's really important to monitoring progress. So, for this reason, we found really important to have a continuous improvement plan and monitoring tools like the previous ones. And also, one thing that's really, really important also is the knowledge sharing and the co-creation of knowledge. So, sharing experiences not only between farmers and between farmers and technicians, but also also the problem that came up during the implementation of this practice by doing day-to-day work. So this is really a strong point. And yeah, so in conclusion, we believe this model, farmer-led, can make a difference for the regeneration of territories, enabling a long-lasting process and implementation of carbon farming regenerative practice, and also a strong focus. We need a strong focus on co-creation of knowledge, so not top-down, but bottom-up, and really listening what are needs of farmers. And so for us, it is a key point that can enable large-scale transitions towards carbon farming and regenerations of soils and agricultural systems. So thanks.
Okay. Thanks, Chiara. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Hanna Winkler, and I'm from IFOAM Organics Europe, which is the European umbrella organization for organic food and farming. That means we are covering the whole organic supply chain. We have members that are organic farming associations, organic certifiers, organic processors, and organic retailers. So we really take that value chain approach within our association. And I would like to focus in my talk a bit on how organic carbon farming, climate farming is represented in policy frameworks and what are the challenges associated with it. Apologies. In the project Organic Climate Net, there was a definition developed or key elements developed on what organic climate farming means. So it was called organic climate farming and not organic carbon farming. Maybe that's already a bit of a hint of the more holistic view, I would say, this definition takes. And the key elements are first and foremost climate mitigation. I mean, that's the obvious one, reducing greenhouse gas emissions, sequestering carbon in soils and biomass. The second aspect is climate adaptation. So improving the resilience of the farm system to increasing extreme weather events, but at the same time also adapting to changing growing seasons, pest pressures, etc. The third point is co-benefits. So it's not only about carbon and climate, but it's about impact on biodiversity, soil, animal health and welfare, and erosion, for example. The fourth point is economic aspects. That means not only the income, of course the income is very important, but also to look at the interconnectedness of market forces, how is it embedded in local economies, so to take a bigger view on economic aspects than price and income signals. The systems approach, so creating holistic and resilient farming systems and thinking them in interconnectedness with the surrounding in terms of environment and ecosystem it's embedded in, but also the community and social structures it's part of. And lastly, the additional consideration that everything around what policies and incentives are in place to shape carbon farming. Very importantly, access to information, training, advisory services, but also existing collaboration with researchers, but also fellow farmers. And all of these 6 key elements have to be considered and addressed if we want to create an enabling environment for farmers to shift their practices and take up climate or carbon farming. Organic farming takes a systems approach. So what do we mean by that? It's not about maximizing one aspect, one part of the farming system, but it's about improving all of the aspects that are important and all of the impacts that farming has on the environment, but also socioeconomic aspects. So it's of course about improving soil quality and biodiversity, but it's also refraining from the use of synthetic pesticides, minimizing pesticide residues, and by that also reducing the exposure to pesticides for farmers, for example. So also the health benefits are very important. But what we can still see is that in a lot of frameworks, the carbon tunnel vision is still very predominant. So a focus on carbon removals, carbon emissions, but neglecting all of the other aspects that are in fact important if we want to transition our agri and food system towards more sustainability. And so from the organics perspective, what are the current shortcomings in existing methodology, but also in methodologies currently being developed like the CRCF? What we can see is, while I think everyone agrees biodiversity is important, clean water is important, and I think everyone says, like, yeah, it has to be part of it, but when we look at what's actually in the methodologies, what's actually in the standards, it doesn't go very far. Safeguards are weak or non-existent. It might not go beyond do no harm, so it's not adequately implemented in methodologies. The requirement of additionality, as already mentioned a couple of times before me, can be a barrier for first movers and early adopters to be recognized for the benefits that they deliver and the past efforts they took already. Small-scale farming system, disproportionate costs between cost to access schemes versus the available land, so that can be definitely a barrier. Also diverse systems, so methodologies sometimes reach their limits when it comes to mixed farming systems, diverse farming systems with intercropping, diverse crop rotations, etc. It's just much more difficult and complex to robustly and adequately assess the impact. And very importantly, often it takes a very narrow approach, so it does not look at the whole farm. The graph that you can see on the right side, it's just an overview that was prepared by when the carbon removal expert group started, and it was looked at what kind of different methodologies are there and what's the scope they take. So this is not an exhaustive list of methodologies, but just to give you an overview that very little of the methodologies really look at the whole farm, and most of them focus on specific aspects. And when I say whole farm, what I mean is really at farm level, what is the carbon climate balance at farm level, taking into account all the inputs and outputs to the farming system. So many of the methodologies are not very adequately assessing agroecological systems and the benefits they're providing on farm level, but also on product level. So I wanted to bring the example of life cycle assessment, which is the basis then of product environmental footprint, product climate footprints. And so this is a product level assessment, but it disregards a lot of aspects that are important for a farming system. So it fails to adequately reflect externalities, and often basically it's an indicator of yield, and by that favoring intensive agricultural farming systems, and also rewarding an increase in efficiency and without sufficiently considering externalities. And why I wanted to bring this example is to show that no indicator, no methodology is neutral. So while they are scientifically sound, the choice and the weighing we are giving to several aspects is a political decision, and it's a political choice. So, and a methodology and indicators that we are deciding on, they mirror a political or a vision that we have on the future of agri-food systems. And I think that's also very important in the context of what will this methodology be used for? Will it be for voluntary carbon markets, insetting, but also potentially the CAP, for example, so the Common Agricultural Policy. So we really have to think about, are we capturing adequately all farmers, or are we maybe leaving some out? So to conclude, what do we need to represent and reflect also organic farmers in frameworks is, on the one hand, a systemic and whole farm approach. So really to look at the whole farm system, not only at single fields or at single practices, but really at its entirety and complexity. To have strong safeguards in place for aspects that are besides of carbon and greenhouse gas emissions, so biodiversity, water quality, etc. At the moment, many public subsidy schemes, but also others, don't really reflect the proportionality between the provided benefits and the remuneration. So the benefits that the farmer is providing for ecosystem services, for example, and the remuneration the farmer is receiving. So so I think there also has to be a match between the two of them. First movers should be fairly recognized and supported. So also maintenance of carbon stocks should be considered in the one way or the other, because it will be, especially in some regions in Europe, also that will be a challenge in the future. And also those farmers, need support. It goes in line with, I think, other aspects that I've said already, but practices should be incentivized that really deliver on multiple benefits, because we have multiple crises to solve, so we need practices that deliver on all of them. And lastly, the methodologies that we are designing, that we are using, should really aim to include all environmental and also social impacts. Thanks.
Thank you a lot, everyone, and thank you a lot, Hannah. The first question is targeted to you. How do you see the potential of carbon farming and the CRCF to benefit organic farmers and regenerative farmers financially?
So I think many of the points that I've outlined at the end of my presentation are an issue and also a barrier for organic farmers and first mover farmers and farmers that take a holistic view and approach to their farm to be adequately reflected and also remunerated then, or to access those kind of schemes. And I think it's also important to take a bigger view. So it can be one contribution, but it won't solve structural issues that are present in the sector at the moment. And there is also a lot of other support and rewarding schemes that are crucial that we should look at. The role of advisory services was mentioned already. There is opportunities in terms of value chain agreements or market development, working on the demand side of the coin. And I think there are still a lot of questions to answer also when it comes to price. So how much does a farmer get for the additional efforts, price volatility, risks that farmers are taking, so who bears the risks when it comes to unintended consequences or events that are outside of the control of farmers. So yeah, I think it's quite mixed.
Thank you. So who bears the risks is a very important question. And Lynn, so in Bioland, I'm usually asked, like from farmers, what are the risks participating in carbon farming schemes? What should I take care of? And I wanted to ask you, which risks do you see and what would you answer our farmers?
Yeah, so maybe starting with the good thing first. So I think the good thing about the carbon credits and the voluntary market is that it raises awareness on the climate topic. And this is a chance for the farmers to come into consideration of the climate implications on the farm. But due to this higher interest, of course, also bigger businesses are getting involved more on the farming decisions, and they're getting more involved in deciding certain things. And although this is just a small anecdote, but I have been in a room with one of those big food global player actors, and at one point he just said, yeah, I just don't care what the farmers want. I'm deciding what practices they are doing. And I think that's super important to mention this here in this discussion, because it shows the risk that industry is then doing the decisions for the farmers, and the farmers have to deal with whatever the industry decides, and it's not a collaboration, but it can become a risk for the farmers to have more pressure of the industry. And I'm pretty aware that this can be a 1 in a million case, but I think it's not a 1 in a million case. So I think this happens, and it's important to pinpoint this risk that, it's putting more pressures on the farmers from the businesses. And this is sometimes really challenging for the farmers, because businesses are sometimes not aware of farmers' realities. And so a lot of the decisions on methodologies and how the carbon credits will look like are often not involving the farmers' reality that they have on their farms. And that's something which should be really avoided also with the carbon credits in nowadays at the moment.
Thank you a lot. And maybe linked to that, Chiara, so you're working with farmers very closely. And I wondered, what makes your model very successful, and how do you plan to scale it, and what would be success factors for that?
Yeah, yes, I think, as Aline said, often farmers are requested to do things without listening their needs, and without maybe knowing how to do things in a way that can be a sort of win-win and successful for each part. So really building a model that can be integrated them in the discussion and involving them during all the process stage. I think it's fundamental also to be sure that these practice that we are applying and carbon farming practice, different practice, can be long-lasting during time, and not only just for the income from carbon or for now the law at this moment, but that can really integrate it into a future vision and in a future design of farming, enabling really a transformation of the agri-food system.
Thank you. Paul, you've mentioned first movers, and we were talking about the transition of systems, but we also already have those innovators in the system that already have done many things. And I wondered, like, how do you guarantee that first movers can also profit participating in your scheme?
So I guarantee anything. I guarantee nothing. Just to be clear, what we know is that regenerative practices have environmental benefit, and what we know is that there is long-term research that shows that you've been implementing some regenerative practices, not all of them. You've started to store, and you can keep storing. Not all of the time. So I think it has been mentioned about program to also reward the storage. Like if you maxed out, keep the carbon in place. That's very important, and I hope the CRCF will touch on that, and not just increasing stock content, but keeping the stock content level, the soil organic carbon level. But no, I guarantee nothing. But we worked with agronomists, and we tried to look at the farm level what is possible. We look at the soil sample, what the soil tells us, and we look at what are the practices implemented, and the agronomist with the farmer. I think that's very important. The farmer are leading our program, and we're not imposing anything. We're not imposing practices. We know the pillars of regenerative agriculture. They decide what they want to implement. At the end of the day, what I tell them, I can only sell carbon for now. So that's because the market doesn't exist. The day the market will exist to go and use those soil samples to measure, like organic life in the soil, and there's credit for that, we will be with the same methodology working on that. And if there is like measurement of habitat or whatever species, but I guarantee nothing. We work with the farmer, he decides what he wants to implement. But as of today, we also tell the farmer the only market is for carbon. Now there's biodiversity, certificates start to put like carbon plus kind of thing, where you're going to value also what is the biodiversity performance on your farm, if I can call it like that. You can criticize all these words. But anyway, like, I don't guarantee anything, but we tell the reality about which market exists and what can we monetize, and it's carbon as of today.
Thank you a lot. Yes, that's also very interesting. And we also said that a rewarding scheme could also be provided through advisory services, so somehow that also rewards farmers. And I wanted to ask, which role do you all think farmer advisors in future will play for future climate resilient farming? So that's an open question to all of you, and maybe someone just wants to react spontaneously.
I worked at Bioland with one of the super good climate advisors. he was a pioneer starting his work, I don't know when it was, 2010, 2011, something like this. You started at Bioland working on the climate topic already. And he was one of the very few people, so I think in total at Bioland there were 3 climate advisors at the beginning. I don't know how many you are now, so I think there is really the task to integrate more advisors. This is partly done now at the European level with the Climate Farm Demo project and Climate Smart Advisor project, where really more advisors get trained. And I think they have a super important role on addressing this. And maybe I can give an example how this works outside of the European Union. So there's the Economy of Love scheme, which is initiated from an organic and biodynamic farm in Egypt, actually. So it's one of the oldest biodynamic farms in the world. And they have structured this in not just carbon crediting scheme, but they have structured a holistic sustainability crediting scheme. I don't know if there's even a name for what they did, to really spread organic farming throughout whole of Egypt. And it's very impressive because they have even started to build up a university, because they said we need more farm advisors because we can't reach whole Egypt being organic without having advisors going on the fields. So they started to build up a university, training tremendous amounts of farm advisors, going on the fields, training the farmers, and now I think they have already they have already switched more than 15,000 farmers within the last 2 years to organic, so that they really switched to organic practices by the farm advisors and by financing this via accrediting schemes. So that's one of the very successful models how this combination of crediting and farm advisory could really foster the transformation process in a way. Yeah, sorry, that was too long, but it's a very motivating thing. You should check it out.
Thank you for sharing.
It's Economy of Love, and it's the crediting scheme called, and it's originating from Segem. So this is the farm. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, from what we've seen, obviously we have agronomists allocated at each farm, and farmers, they really like to have this kind of input and being able to engage with the agronomist on what is the right roadmap and what are the risks and what can I, what leverage I have, and a continuous discussion. This is the first value they get before any credit, before any measurement, and they really like it. Mm. What we've seen also is like between farmers, generally when they're in the same region, we have clusters, and sometimes they share the agronomist, and they also advise themselves, and they group, they walk the field together, and they can come up with they have different farming systems sometimes, but sometimes elements overlap, and they really exchange. So the advice is also agronomists, but also between farmers that start to, the program a bit at the same time, and they share their experience and what they've observed on their respective fields.
Yeah, that would be my point.
Okay.
Sorry.
No. But no, to highlight the importance of also to exchange farmers to farmers. So maybe same problems. So yeah, sure.
Yeah, I think we can all agree on the importance of advisory services. I think in that context, it's also important that we're talking a lot about data and information that the farmer gives, but that this information is also flowing back to the farmer in a way that enables decision making and supports decision making on the farm. So I think that's also crucial in this regard. And but we also need advisors that are trained to give independent advice on those aspects, and that's also not everywhere the case at the moment, right? I mean, we also see it in organic farming that we have some projects ongoing to really create networks of organic farm advisors, but that also requires training and a specific lens and focus to it. So, yeah.
I maybe add one additional point, because I'm not sure if the majority of you are aware, but currently several of the climate projects, so this is Clean Farms, Climate Farm Demo, Organic Climate Net, the new research project on climate, which I'm not aware of the name at the moment, sorry, Climate Smart Advisory, are currently structuring a knowledge repository, which will be online in a few months, where many information about climate-friendly practices, about fact sheets, and all of this practical implications will be published online. And I think this also shows that it will not be only the farm advisors, nor the farmers, nor the crediting. It will be this really tremendous effort that each and everybody of us has to do. So the policymakers, the advisors, the farmers, the scientists, the value chain, it will be all of us together that just manage to develop this further.
Yes. And looking into the future, so let's try to do that together. How do you see carbon farming and the CRCF shaping the future of European farming and agriculture?
Big question. No, go ahead. Go ahead. Okay. So I think it can be one puzzle piece, but it won't solve the structural issues and the other maybe barriers or factors that make it difficult at the moment for farmers to produce more sustainable. So I think we really have to work on several fronts there and take a food systems approach to things. So it cannot be seen in isolation with other aspects. We will definitely have to look at the common agricultural policy, because that's just a very big factor of shaping EU agriculture. And we need to ensure that policies are coherent and aligned and are actually pointing in the similar direction. So to send a clear signal and not contradicting pathways. I mean, we have a Agrifood vision now since like 2 weeks by the Commission, so that's a first step. And yeah, but carbon credits alone won't be a reason for farmers to stay in agriculture, or to maybe for young farmers to engage in agriculture. So there's a lot of work that also has to be done in terms of rural areas, supply chain development to actually have markets for products, and yeah, and one big aspect is of course also remuneration. So fair price for products and fair remuneration for ecosystem services. So yeah, I think it's a big question, it's a big answer, but I think, yeah, it would be, yeah, I would lie if I would give a simple answer to this question, I think.
Build a framework that brings money to farmers, to keep it really short. And that means, and I'm not just focusing on carbon, but you need to build a framework that clearly brings transparency on how much money goes to the farmers. It comes from VCM, it comes from inset, it comes from valuing co-benefits, it comes from whatever you want. You need to get there. And I think we touched on how and the limits, and collaboration between all the stakeholders. Scientists are key because they bring the robustness to be able to go get the price from the buyers. And when I say scientists, I talk about the model on the long-term experiment, I talk about the one involved in analyzing the soil, and that's how we're going to get the value. And transparency within the supply chain. We need to talk about money, not just claim and communication. So that's very important.
Any other ideas in the room?
I'm just wondering, like, what brings people into actions, and how can we really make a step in this climate action debate to move forward? And there, I think the consumers, and there I would include each and everyone in this room here, is having the huge role of starting to understand that food and producing food is a very valuable resource, and you can either destroy with it the environment or you can do something really nice in a cooperation with the environment. And I think this has to do a lot with the narratives that we are currently having in our political debates, or that the narratives that are structured by agribusinesses and so on. So I think there, if I would have a wish, then I would really start to restructure the current narratives that we have about food and how food should be produced, or how it should be valued and monetized in a way. And I know that's a big task, but I still have the feeling that we're, like, if I compare the work I have to do nowadays to the work that I had to do 20 years ago, I think there's already a little bit improvement into what kind of narratives we are telling one another when we talk about food.
And if I can add on this, just keeping in mind that food isn't a commodity, no?
Mm-hmm.
Isn't just something that can be exchanged, but it's culture. It involves all of us, no? And so we need to produce healthy foods in a sustainable ways, and also considering also the small scale farming in these carbon aspects, and not leaving only the big one or the to be rewarded for and financed by.
So in the morning session, we were also talking in one panel about permanence of carbon, and we were then afterwards also talking about permanence of farms. So we were just wondering, and I want to ask you, how could we create a long-term perspective for our farmers in future?
Yeah. I mean, the ultimate permanence of this Regenag play, it's when at the farm level, what we call theoretically the regenerative transition happen. So the farmer, he start to look at his farm and he say, he doesn't need credit anymore, he doesn't need you to come and compensate him, it's just more profitable, it's more resilient, it's better food, it's more healthy for him and the environment, and he can see that. You just need to help him to get there. And that's the credits, and that's what we try to value, the co-benefits to help this transition. So that's how permanence is achieved. MRV, yes, you need to monitor, yes, because the buyer, they need robustness, but the ultimate permanence is bringing everyone to the transition. Now, technology also help you to get there, but the financing for the time this transition happens is really what we're trying all to talk about here. We don't want to limit it to carbon. We want to value as much as possible. But it's always going to be like bringing everyone to this transition, because we know that when it materialized, that the market needs to help also this transition to happen. The buyers of agricultural product. That's the permanence in Regenag.
I would maybe like to add to what you just said, Paul, about supporting the transition, and then it should basically a bit run by itself, no? I think in theory, that's a good idea, but I think in practice it's often challenging. We also see it on, there is conversion support for organic farmers, but if we look at how markets at the moment function, they don't reward those ecosystem services provided, they don't reward those additional efforts. So supporting the transition is certainly important, but we also have to keep in mind how our markets are currently structured, and also the impact that policies have on markets, because they don't they're not just created by themselves, but they're influenced by policy decisions as well. So I think that's something to keep in mind also in the long run. So how can we ensure long-term remuneration for the provided benefits?
Yeah, I would totally emphasize the market value of food again in this direction, because if you can't finance a certain kind of doing agriculture, then the whole thing will not work in the long run. Although, of course, again, the narrative is important. It's important to have a clear vision of what you're contributing to the world if you're doing a certain kind of farming practice. It's important to network among one another, to collaborate and so on. So, but I think as long as we will not manage to value food in a true cost accounting system, it will be very challenging, be it organic or regenerative farmers, to be more stronger in the market. And I'm not sure if this is really on the consumer side to come to this development, although also there I see some hope that more and more consumers are getting aware what the value of food is. But I think it needs to be policy which are supporting this process and strengthening sustainable production and the true cost accounting. So.
And maybe it's a conjunction of factors, like you have a regenerative label, so consumer can contribute, but then you also have kind of regulation in the food and agriculture companies where they are obliged to share the value, and then you have this redistribution of value to the farmers, because that's the elephant in the room. Like, we're not talking about, there was problems of value to farmers before carbon being on the table. So, if we go back to consumer and label, there will be this question about how this goes up to the farmers to finance those regenerative practices. So.
Yeah, thank you very much. And now I want to open this discussion to everyone in the room. And I wanted to ask you what your experience are with carbon farming and which challenges you see, which risks, and how we could support our farmers better. So are there any questions? You can also just ask open questions, or you can react to mine.
It's difficult to see you. We are
Yeah.
so but we hope you're still there.
Can you hear me? Okay. Thank you very much. I'm George Galanis. I'm from the Balkan Environment Center, Greece. I'm an agronomist. I have a question for Mr. Martin. Firstly, thanks everyone for your presentations. They have been very, very interesting. Mr. Martin, you had mentioned that you have to make a contract with the farmers, like a 10-year contract, because if we are going to apply regenerative agriculture, we need to get this long-term plan. And in an agronomic point of view, it makes sense, obviously. But is there a stable source of money for this 10-year period? How can we be sure that the farmer is going to make this plan for 10 years, but have we got the stable source of money? And if you have some example to tell us, like is it from like an offsetting, for example, case, and are there companies that they are ready to make this type of long-term plans in economic point of view, that I'm ready to pay for the next 10 years if this and this and this? So I hope my question is clear. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. So the short answer is no. The way we work right now with our farmer in France and Belgium, we, with our money, are funding agronomic support, so independent agronomists, they're not part of our company, that we deploy on all the farms. We have an agronomic credit over 5 years, and that is spent 30% the first year, 25% the second year, and 15% the 3 years after. We pay that with our money for now. Our wish is that this agronomic support will become as another element, it's not mandatory under our certification, to drive more value because it's more robust if you have this relationship with the farmer and that he has this third party that can come and discuss with him and provide the agronomic advice. So we're paying for it. Now what we hope for, and I don't have any guarantee, is that when we are certified, there will be appetite in the VCM market first to buy our credits, and that will allow us to fund more farmers. So, you sell credits, you can sell credit forwards. We've done it already. We've done it in Belgium. We work with a corporation, it's a non-profit. They have this policy of supporting regenerative agriculture. They work with a network of farmers. They have buyers on the offsetting side of things. They bring this money and they bring their network of farmers, they pay the agronomists. So sometimes we have people we can rely on to support us. Sometimes we pay with our own equity. So that's the model for now. But if we want to scale up, we'll need to raise money, we need to sell some VCM forward. You're always going to go back to you need money on the table to bring robustness, to pay the farmer and to support the farmer. I don't know if that answers your question.
Any other questions? Yes.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Gabriele Antoniella, a researcher from the University of Tuscia. And first of all, thank you, because maybe it's for our young age, but what I listened during this month is really important from all of you, really from the importance of relationships that Chiara mentioned, and the food production, all words that should be at the bottom of the carbon farming. And I am wondering myself why we are talking about this at the end of this Congress. But the point is another one. I want to say two things. One, from scientific point of view, since I am a researcher about biochar, you were talking about we should understand from when the biochar comes from, and we did a publication which is called The Misconception of Soil Organic Carbon Sequestration, where we call it accumulation of carbon, like also the manure application, no? And it depends also by the distance. Then I will say something else, which is with another part of my life, since I'm a president of organic associations that put together many different stakeholders, and between them there are more than 100 farmers, organic farmers. And when I talk to them about carbon, it means a society of people that are advanced in doing organic farming and carbon farming and so on. I live in the center of Italy, really biodiverse area, no? And what I want to tell is my farmers, our farmers, they say where we do carbon farming in the future. Because at the moment there is an overlapping of the European policies. And I make a specific example. All of us agree with renewable energies, but we are mirroring our soils. So we don't see anymore the soil at the moment, but we see photovoltaic on the ground, which is maybe also really linked with the concept of land grabbing around the world and in Europe and in Italy too. So here there is an overlapping also for the objective of 2000, to change the Green Deal, let's say. And the second aspect they ask me is, President, to who we sell these credits? Because we decide to be organic farmers for a specific reason. Do you want to sell them maybe to some big multinational? That is the reason why we are fighting the climate change. So find a way to also establish a credible system to sell in a local way these carbon farming credits. Of course, we will change something. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for raising that, because I think it's a super nice example of having just this narrow lens of focusing just on the climate mitigation aspects. And actually for the agrophotovoltaic in Switzerland, they did quite a radical way of avoiding this just the climate focus by saying there should be no yield losses if you have, so as a farmer you need to ensure that you will not have any yield losses if you implement those agrophotovoltaic on your farm. And they did this on purpose to really avoid that we will have contradictions with other sustainability areas such as food production and biodiversity and so on. And I think that's so important. I think we can't stress this again and again and again in the debate, that once we start to narrow things to just one aspect, it will face challenges for other parts of the sustainability. And I'm happy to read your publication. Thanks for doing that.
Yeah, and I think it also brings in the important aspect of ownership of land. A lot of farmers are on rented land, so that also challenges a bit maybe the long-term perspective or the investment cost that you want to take. I know it's not exactly the example you brought, but I think these two things go hand in hand. And also impact on land prices and what's happening on this land. So I think, yeah, that also has to be taken into consideration when we talk about carbon farming.
I'm Roberta Farina from CREA, Italy. And my impression is that carbon farming, in my opinion, I'm a scientist, was a way to reconcile science with farmers, because we have a lot of farmers asking information to scientists, which means that in some way they trust us to inform them about the opportunities of carbon farming. And we are working now with regenerative farmers. There is a big demand of research, of understanding what is going on in their farms, because they say we can see with our eyes, that the soil is improving, that we don't have any more diseases or things like that, but we would like to have numbers, because sometimes numbers are lacking for this innovative way of running the farms and the land. What do you think about these two aspects?
Yeah, and it's super interesting that it's so difficult to publish the practical aspects of practical research. It's you will find very few publications from me, although I'm doing a lot of practical research, but they're impossible to publish in scientific journals sometimes. So it's there's still a lot to do in that direction. Yeah.
But the data sharing is key. Is key to do anything at the farm and measure and be more accurate. Even if you go beyond the current methodology on carbon, it will be the same for biodiversity, it will be the same for water quality, water infiltration in the soil. You're gonna have to improve models, get sample back from each farm to reinforce the models, and the only way to get there is to share you need to, scientists, very practical example, we need long-term data when we start a project. I'm going to call a scientist because we're going to see that, okay, for this crop type, this function, this soil type, this climate type is worked on something that we can calibrate on our farm. Then the discussion is okay, sometimes it's already public, but it's not in a form we can work with. He needs to have data, raw data to share with us. And so, but if he doesn't know that, he's not going to do it when he produces research. And then he's not going to want to go back. It's some time for him, and he's not part of the program, so he's not incentivized. So how do you create this framework where all the data is already ready to use, where project developer also enrich science, which we should really end farmers as well, because they are the project. So, and this is, I think in Europe the CRCF has to touch on that, because it's not just going to be just carbon or whatever European legislation, the link between science, project level, and how we make sure that everyone works in the same direction and collectively. And that will enrich, that will make everything more precise, that will help farmers, that will help scientists, that will benefit everyone.
Maybe can I add to that? Well, I think it's very important to get more context-specific information and data and information for farmers to enable them to take decisions. I think we should also keep in mind that there has been a lot of research on agricultural practices, and for several we know that have multiple benefits that we can implement also directly already without having risks or trade-offs in a way. So I think that's also something to keep in mind, that I think sometimes we get a bit lost into wanting to measure and have a result on every single aspect on every farm. But on the broader picture, we know quite some practices that are harmful to biodiversity, that are beneficial for biodiversity or carbon sequestration. So we should also think about how can we incentivize those activities and practices.
So thank you, everyone. I think
just adding on this now, and these measuring and gathering data could be also a tool for farmers to communicate their consumers what they are doing now in a sort of different ways. So just not producing food, but just a sort of spread knowledge on what are happening on a farm. So yes, sure.
So thank you. We want to quickly summarize. I think we saw again that carbon farming may provide some solutions to the system, but there are still many challenges that need to be solved. And so we heard a lot about safeguards and critical points from research. We got to know the market perspective and how to create revenue for farmers. Then we heard a farmer association and its perspective and how to support farmers and with advisory services, peer-to-peer advisory. And Hannah told us about the policy in general, how it should look like. And I want to ask you about one key message you want to provide for giveaway from this session. You can start.
So I would like to start with climate change is real. It will be a threat for farmers, and it is already a threat for farmers. So we can't allow to wait the next 10 to 20 years for a shift. And organic agriculture is, from my perspective, the most sustainable systems that we have at hand at the moment to go for a system transformation.
Yeah, I will hammer the point I mentioned since the beginning, sorry, but yeah, Regenag is key, I totally agree, and we need to put the money on the table to allow farmers to realize that transition. And we need to listen to farmers on how we build our methodology, how we can improve them, and let them lead also this transition in a way. But it has to be about money given to them.
And yes, it's just about integrating different aspects and looking to with a systemic point of view and involving really different actors, because food is not only about farmers or buyers, but all of us. So we have to do it together and integrating different aspects, perspectives.
With the risk of repeating myself as well, but I believe we need to focus on holistic and systemic whole farm approaches that factor in all the externalities and impacts that agriculture has, because only like that we will enable really a transformation of farming system compared to improvement of single practices. And I think what we need is really a truly transformation of the system.
Thank you to all panelists and also to the audience. And with that, I would close the session now. Thank you very much.
Hello. Hello, welcome everybody to the last bit of the Carbon Farming Summit of 2025. We actually are going to start with a message from the Minister that was due, actually, it was supposed to be our welcome address, but now it's going to be still a welcome address, but on the third day of the summit. So please, here's Minister Martin Hayden with his welcome.
Hello to all participants here to this, the second European Carbon Farming Summit. We are delighted to host this event in Dublin, and I'd like to thank the summit organisers, Climate Kick and SAE Innova, for facilitating this engagement. This event is a flagship initiative supported by the EU, and I must acknowledge the significance of the agenda that it addresses. The high-level engagement across the 3 days can help inform discussions around carbon farming and sustainable markets for the ecosystem services that our farmers provide. These opportunities to build knowledge and awareness are important for future policy development. They also ensure that our farmers and landowners are at the centre of such discussions. I must also acknowledge the EU Commission. It has provided the vision since the first iteration of carbon removal certification framework was first published in November 2022. In the intervening period, the EU regulation establishing the Union certification framework for permanent carbon removals, carbon farming and carbon storage in products was published in December 2024. This is a significant step in developing the future of carbon farming. More remains to be done. The ongoing work to develop methodologies for assessing carbon farming activities will be of keen interest to all member states, including Ireland. While this summit provides a platform for all across the EU interested in developing carbon farming, I'm also pleased to speak today from a national perspective, as carbon farming is an area identified for action in our new programme for government. I hope it will be a key enabler to meet Ireland's climate targets as set out in our most recent Climate Action Plan. The emissions profile of Irish agriculture and the role livestock play puts Ireland in a unique position. It is therefore critically important that the certification of livestock emission reductions are considered within the carbon removal certification framework following an evaluation by the EU next year. In tandem, the work of the EU working groups which are reviewing the certification methodologies are important. These methodologies can give confidence to all stakeholders involved in carbon farming that activities proposed have a measurable and consistent impact from a technical and scientific perspective. In Ireland, while we are in the early stages of developing the principles of carbon farming nationally, my department began the process by undertaking an initial public consultation in September of 2023. This identified significant gaps of knowledge, scientific expertise and understanding of carbon farming, which is needed in this new policy area. In addition, it was clear to me that building awareness and the knowledge in our farmers, foresters and landowners must be a central pillar. They are the custodians of our land, and they will be the decision makers when it comes to future land management practices. That is why it is so important that the primary producers remain central to policy development as we move forward together, and I will be seeking their further input in this regard. I also want to acknowledge the important partnership with Climate Kick. Partnering with such an ambitious organisation is a great example of positive innovation that has helped reaffirm Ireland's leadership in climate smart agriculture. Finally, I'd like to wish you all a really enjoyable and productive summit, and particularly hope you enjoy your time here in Dublin while you're here, and I hope you've been enjoying it to date so far. Thank you all.
So, yeah, many thanks to Martin, whoever sees him sometimes, and please thank him again. And also, I would like to again thank the people from DAFEM for hosting us here, because it's been really wonderful. So now we come to our last plenary session. That is about the next steps. What should we do next? We have learned so much over the last few days. We have heard voices from different stakeholders. And now I would like to wrap up with a couple of key stakeholders that we have lined up for you that I'm going to introduce in a minute to share their thoughts about how we could progress over in the next year at least, and beyond that, of course. So let me introduce our panel. The first person you have seen before already in another panel, but is Valeria Forlin. She is the Deputy Head of DG Klima, and her work focuses on the role of the land sector to fight climate change. She is doing so by decreasing greenhouse emissions, or supporting that, and supporting increasing carbon sinks in soils and forests. In addition to that, she has as a background a PhD in environmental economics. The second person I'd like to invite is somebody from the Irish government, from DAFM, is Bernard Harris. He is an agricultural inspector in climate change and bioenergy policy in the Bioenergy Policy Division of the Ministry of Agriculture, Food and the Marine of Ireland. He is working in the development of sustainable agricultural policy on climate change and bioenergy, and international policies as well as strategies and programs. The third person I would like to invite is also from Ireland. He is a farmer. He is a dairy farmer in Cavan, and we are especially very thankful for him to come here today, as he's in the middle of his calving season, so he's having a very difficult time at the moment, at least a lot of work. In addition, he's also the former MACRA president and was the vice president of the European Young Farmers Association. So then the fourth person is Sara Kankarinta. She is she's an environmental influencer and activist. She is the chair and co-founder of the Baltic Sea Action Group in Finland, and also of the Carbon Action Platform. In addition to that, she is also the vice chair of Natural Research Institute in Finland and the co-founder of Soil, Food and Q-Power. And she also often writes nature columns in the Finnish media. Then from industry, I would like to invite Andrew Beadle. He is the head of global sustainability and leading the global carbon farming program at BASF. And he is a trained horticulturalist with a passion for soil health, with over 20 years of experience in agricultural sustainability, and he focuses on biodiversity and ecosystem services. And during the pandemic, Andy identified the potential of carbon farming as a catalyst to drive further adoption of sustainable agricultural practices. And last but not least is our CEO from Climate Kick, Kirsten Dunlop. She leads our organization with a deep conviction in our capacity to learn and evolve into a climate resilient society. She brings 30 years of experience catalyzing systemic transformations in a career spanning academia, consulting, banking, and insurance. She is also serving in various advisory boards and is a recognized leader at the European Commission Economic and Societal Impact of Research and Innovation Expert Group. So now I don't have a chair, but I will just stay here. That was my back counting, sorry for that. So first, and I would like to have the first mentee on the screen. Where is am I? So, could you put the mentee up, please? In the back. So, the first mentee is also the same question that I would like to ask the panel and reflect on that in about 3 minutes. So, whether or not you think that carbon farming will deliver the needs of farmers, society, and environment, and you can, the people in can slide that as much as you think it is going to deliver. So, of course, each one of the panelists, you can choose to focus more on one of these stakeholder groups, or just say something about all of them. So, I would like to start on this side for this question. So, Valeria.
And first, okay. Well, I cannot say anything else than yes, it will deliver on all of these dimensions. Jokes apart, it's not a question whether it delivers on their needs, on the needs of these aspects, but what can we do to make it deliver. I think there is a need of both for farmer society and the environment to respect to improve soil health, both for
food security and for the resilience of farming business overall, and the attractiveness of rural areas. So it's really all the three dimensions are important. What we can do, so I have some takeaways maybe from these 3 days that can be of inspiration for the work we will do in the next weeks and months for implementing the CRCF. The first one for sure is that it's the same takeaway I actually got from last year on the first edition of the Carbon Farming Summit, and it was that it's not only about carbon. Actually, carbon is rather a co-benefit of the main goal of carbon farming, which is to restore soil health. So this was clear last year, but I already heard it so many times in these days. So what we can do to make carbon farming delivery is to, in the future, look at not only at carbon, but at all the holistic meaning of soil health altogether, and try to also bring value to the nature benefits of carbon farming. So this already will check the environment box, I think. Another topic that was discussed a lot was the business case for farmers. So why would farmers get into carbon farming? And there what I think I take away from these days of discussion is that it's also a matter of communication to the farmer, how you speak to them. And if you just say, do you want some more money if you do some things for the climate, it's not maybe the right way to talk about it. Again, it should be really engaging them in a very transformative way of farming. And it's not only the little carbon credit, because to be honest, the volumes that we can expect from a single farmer are not so big. It's more about talking about the resilience of his activity and the future proofing what farmers do, and talk about things that matters to them, like costs of inputs and continuing to have a productive soil for the years to come. So I think this is also a way to make to match the real farmers' needs, which is to continue your business in a profitable way in the future for your children and for the future generations. And no, the other thing was about MRV, but maybe it's not really about this topic. We will get to that later. But then I close here. I think we heard a lot about how to match the farmers' needs with what the policymakers want, which is to achieve our climate targets. So.
Thank you. So Bernard, can you give them a bit of a national perspective?
I will. I suppose comment or review on what Valeria said. I suppose I'd echo a lot of the comments. I suppose from a national perspective, like all other member states, I do think it provides a significant opportunity, and an opportunity we should grasp. I suppose any model that can be developed that can potentially accelerate both carbon removal, soil emission reductions, and emission reductions in general, with the added sustainability of biodiversity within it, I think needs to be welcomed. And I think we must acknowledge the role that the EU played in terms of the development of the CRCF over the last 18 months, and it has certainly brought this new policy area certainly into the limelight. I suppose, will it deliver? There is, I suppose, a gap in terms of knowledge transfer, what we've heard across the numerous days, and while we've seen a lot of MRV type technologies been developed, the challenge in terms of translating to the various actors here, the farmers, society, and make sure to translate those improvements in our environmental action is very important. But I think now, given the structure of how at a European level it's developing, and the planned progress within our own country to develop a framework in the short term, I think it is certainly progressing. I suppose as an overall comment, I suppose confidence, in my view, is the big one in terms of a lot of this. It's to build a system, and carbon farming can do it, that can build trust and to incentivize or bring in that investment that can bring, I suppose, carbon farming models to the fore. Thanks.
Thank you. Then Thomas.
Yeah, I suppose looking at it from a farmer's perspective, I agree with Bernard. There is a great opportunity here, but we would also see it as a great threat in terms of the structure. If it's poorly structured, ultimately farming will suffer as a direct result of some strategies and some approaches. We've already seen some countries' approaches have negative impacts on the next generation. We also have to understand that farmers are not a homogenous group. Many farmers would quite happily probably take a payment, minimise their activity and sit on the land, and that would mean in those areas no next generation of young farmers. So we have to talk about the interplay between farming and society. If we were to take that, the Menti, I think it's pretty well, like it shows that there are probably more concerns amongst the farming community than there are for the environmental benefits of it. I would also say that societal expectation should count not only food security, which in Europe we're very food secure, but the reality is food poverty is common in every European member state. And if we reduce that, not only do we potentially, I mean, Ireland as an export nation, it's often said, well, you don't need to worry about food security. We are well above our food sufficiency. But there's an entire society dependent on the activity of productive farming in a given area. And if we poorly structure carbon farming, what we could see is simply consolidation of land ownership, young farmers being pushed out, and a reduction in productivity. So we have to be balancing this and these needs. And I know some of the countries that the delegates would be from would be probably more concerned with low rainfalls and drought. In Ireland, it would be more likely to be heavy peats and how we manage those, and the difficulty and the social inequality that can come with that and be embedded in some farming in some areas, and how we balance that with the environmental obligation. For delivering for the environment, I think there is a great opportunity here, and I think there is a great potential for co-benefit, both for economic activities. So things like cover crops, other productive investments. When I speak to young farmers, they're absolutely gung-ho on that. When I speak to most farmers, they're absolutely gung-ho on that. There'll always be a small cohort who doesn't want to. But the concern for many of them is that whatever structure ultimately is implemented at a member state level, that it is both accessible to them, and I mean that in terms of the actual amount of paperwork. I listened to the session earlier today talking about the need to use data multiple times. That's very important. But beyond that they do not get into a race with very large financial interests for land.
Thank you. Very interesting. So, Sarah.
Yeah, on top of what's already been said, well, first of all, the biology, I would remind that carbon is gold for the farmer. Carbon in the field, it's really valuable there, so it will benefit farmer with resilience and soil health and less external inputs. And also carbon and water go hand in hand. So as you said, water management is, for example, in Finland, if it's too dry or too wet, so carbon really balances that. So it does benefit the farmer, whether it's being paid or not. It's, as such, it pays off. But then reminding again that the carbon can be the spearhead, but it must be based on ecosystem approach and holistic view. So we might be talking about carbon farming, but I think we all agree that we have to talk about the soil health and also carbon farming and biodiversity and waters as well. And society, yeah, even if we get the CAP to support it in some way and produce some common goods. And also, well, coming from Finland, which is next to Russia, and we're still heavily dependent on nutrients from Russia, so it's a security of supply and self-sufficiency also as such a random country being. So it's actually very important to focus on soil and maybe, okay, carbon as a spearhead, but soil in general.
Yeah, and then still maintaining the agricultural production,
yeah,
as I understand when listening to Thomas.
Yeah.
So then, Andy, what's your view?
I endorse everything that's been said so far. Do I think carbon farming will deliver on the needs of what we really need to achieve? Well, I'm an optimist, and the answer is yes. But maybe just building a little bit more on what Sarah just said, I think there's always a danger that we look too much through the carbon farming lens. Yes, it is important. It's giving us a focus. But we're talking about building resilience into our farming system. We're talking about building resilience into our food production supply. So what we should be really doing is using carbon or carbon farming as a catalyst for more sustainable production. how can we ensure that we don't get into the same position that cereal growers in Northwest Europe did last year? It was too wet. We lost 10% of our production. If we'd had more healthy soil, would that have been the case? I don't know, but I suspect that a healthy soil would have been better adapted to deal with that climatic abnormality. And I think the other point that has also been made is that we need to have a very clear understanding of what do we mean by carbon farming. I don't know how many people are in the room now, 200-300 people. But if I ask every single one of you, you will have a slightly different understanding of what carbon farming is. If we then start looking at all of the tools that we have at our disposal for carbon farming, or for measuring it, or for monitoring it, we've probably got 200 or 300 ones of those. So there is a huge lot of confusion within all stakeholders. We need, if we really are going to deliver, we need standardization, we need simplicity, and we need really to deal with the knowledge transfer so that we're all talking at the same level.
Okay, thank you. Then, Kirsten, what's your view on this?
Strongly agree, particularly on this entire point. I think perhaps a build or a thread across this question around, do we think that carbon farming will deliver on the needs of any one of? I think what we're all saying is it needs to deliver on all of, and the question is how to make that possible, and what do we need to understand about how that would shift the way in which we think about naming, the way in which we understand what it is that we're naming, we define that perimeter, we place the emphasis, and so on. So I think partly my response would be maybe 4 reflections. Yes, if it's a lot more than about carbon, as we've said, but particularly this notion of a way of focusing in a current world context where it seems that the only way to get anything done is to find a point of focus and hang in there for dear life and widen out around that. So let's say this is our point of focus for triggering regenerative land use and agricultural practices to transform the entire way we think about land and value land. So yes, but if we're able to hold on to that, that would require us really then to embrace and design for and create the kind of enabling support mechanisms for holistic and systemic approaches. And I think I've heard over and over today different ways of saying the same thing. Yes, but we need tools that actually enable us to be holistic and systemic about the way in which we think about this. So that includes social factors, it includes environmental factors, and it really includes economic factors, especially in the current context. I think yes, it's happening, but not nearly far enough. And I want to link that to a third pattern across everything that I've heard, and I think it's very much part of the answer to this, only if we can understand that this is a framework to combine, blend, and power up together public and private finance. And I think, but I've just spent 3 days in the Commission this week. The fiscal room that we have to work with is dramatically shrinking, quite apart from the fact that half of it needs to be or will be directed towards security. But because if you think about the cost of events, cost of Valencia, 100 million, cost of Slovenia's floods, 19% of GDP in 1 year, you add any more than one event per year up, we have no fiscal room. So unlocking the relatively entirely untapped value of nature underpinning our entire economy and of productive use of land and a productive understanding of the way in which we think about regenerative practices and soil at the core of all of it. It's like thinking about the financial system and understanding the role of insurance. If you pull out soil, the rest collapses. If you pull out soil, ecosystem services, and food systems and water system security, the rest collapses. So really choosing to understand that's what we're investing in. The stability, but the widening and the enlarging of access to streams of value by really embracing what it looks like economically, and that requires public and private fiscal frames to work together. I think the last reflection for me is yes, and only if farmers and farming practices and those who care for and steward land are absolutely at the center. And I, again, have heard a lot of things about the idea of that, the need for that, the principle of co-design, but the agency of that feels like it still needs an awful lot of work.
Thank you very much. Then I feel that when I listen to you that a lot of positivity that this is possible. However, there are, of course, also highlighted by yourselves some barriers that are obstructing our progression. So the next Menti question that I have, and that is also going to lead the rest of our discussion, is which barriers, what is the main barrier, in your opinion, to deliver carbon farming at scale? And then I would like you to divide 100 points over these 4 different categories, so economic barriers, social barriers, governance and policy barriers, and technological barriers. And then depending on what is going to come out as the highest barrier, we are going to first talk about that. So we just wait a few minutes. Just one, maybe. Well, I think it's safe to say that we can probably start with the governance barrier. So the most thing, we came up with a couple of questions to discuss about that, but then this morning, during the panel that we had this morning, one thing that really resonated to me, and which I would like both Valeria from a European and Bernard from a more national point of view to reflect on that, is whether you think that we should let go of this voluntary market, and also thinking about this discussion then tomorrow on how to make maybe the CRCF part of the Common Agricultural Policy, or in other words, as I translate it, may be wrong, if we should have just one integrated payment scheme. So, and how could that then the European policy help to get this moving, or how could national, because it's a bit disconnected when it comes to the Common Agricultural Policy, how could that get this moving?
Now, I quite like, no, I find it quite interesting what the Menti poll is telling us, because it feels like there is a role then for us institutions to create economic incentives and better governance, which is what we're there for. So good that there is work for us to do. I think the elements you refer to, I was going to cover them under the economic aspect. So what is clear, I mean, what I was trying to say before, for sure I don't mean there is no need for carbon farming incentives. It was about how you communicate it to the farmer, but at the end of the day, you need to create some economic incentives of some sort, because the pioneers who are already doing it, they have different motivation than money, but as we discussed yesterday, the peloton, like the biggest chunk of farmers do need this trigger. And so we discussed the role of the CAP, all good recommendations about blending finance. So in that sense, what is up for us to do is to find the right balance between additionality, but also allowing to a certain extent stacking of different sources of finance. As it was said already this morning, the fact that a farmer receives some money from the CAP to implement a practice does not need that this practice is necessarily very profitable for him. Often only a part of their costs are covered. This is not enough for many farmers to adopt these practices. For many farmers to adopt these practices, you need to add to that partial compensation from the CAP more private money that compensates at least the entirety of the cost, and maybe also gives you a top-up that pushes you to do it. So definitely agree on the recommendation of allowing some double financing, and we need to be transparent about how much money was received on CAP, and this information is just there, but this does not prevent a private buyer to also invest. So this is very clear, and like Kirsten was referring to, when the new MFF proposal comes out this summer, it will be clear for everyone to see that indeed there is not much, as much budget as there was before. So there will need to be a role for the private markets. And on this, another interesting discussions we had were the difference between offsetting and insetting. There is certainly a role for the agri and food industry to invest in their supply chains. This was very clear. There is also a role for other private actors to invest. There is, unfortunately, a lot of uncertainty right now on this very topic because the Green Claims Directive is not yet adopted, agreed by the co-legislators. So as soon as this is the case, as soon as we have an agreement there, for what I can commit, what in DG Clima we certainly will do is to work on clarifying then, in the light of the Green Claims Directive decision, clarify how CRCF can be used for different cases in offsetting public finance in a clearer way that is more operational than it is now. I admit it is not very clear right now. And then quickly on the governance part, something that for everyone agreed these days was the need for a single benchmarking system, or said in another way, a simple way for farmers to provide this data, and that this data are there for everyone to use without the need for farmers to submit it several times. This everyone agreed. I think this is really a matter of governance, of putting together all the actors that need this data around the table and agree on interoperable data formats and data sharing. So this is something that we as Commission committed to do in the vision that was published 2 weeks ago. And yeah, if we're talking about the way ahead, I think this is a very big element of our work together in the next years.
Yeah. So then we still need to identify, I guess, exactly how we're going to take the next steps.
But I think there are many bright minds here that have very clear ideas. So.
Yeah, that's true. So we are looking forward to all the recommendations that you're going to send us, so that we can bundle that and make good recommendations out of that. So Bernard, would you like to say something about how those ideas that Valeria just expressed from the European perspective would trickle down and be implemented at the national scale?
I think I'd echo a lot of what Valeria says, and to be fair, we've seen a lot of the issues come up across the conference, and certainty in some areas is needed. It's interesting, I'll quote Andrew Vicey this morning at the first plenary, who said policy makers control. Well, my experience is we inform, we guide, and we facilitate discussion between stakeholders to get a conclusion in terms of policy. And as such, I suppose we have to listen in terms of what farmers are telling us, what they want and what the various stakeholders want. Overarchingly, in relation to economic and governance, I think it's the mechanism to provide that confidence. And I said that already. I think that's needed. There is a lot of uncertainty, and I think Valeria said it. Where will the financial mix come from in the long term to facilitate the development of carbon farming and payment for ecosystem services? It's clear there's a potential there from industries through insetting, offsetting, and the various terminology that's been used there now at all levels. However, knowledge and I suppose the translation of a lot of the meaning in relation to what this means is needed. And I think that should be the starting point. Just in reference to the cap, and I suppose no initial discussions have happened at a member state level in terms of what the next cap could look like. However, reflecting on the discussions over the last number of days, and as I mentioned at the start, there is a potential opportunity to bring in private finance into this space. And I suppose the question will be, in the development of the next cap, we must ensure it facilitates that, and that we can bring in that private finance to lever more public/private funding in the whole area. Yeah,
indeed, that will bring us right into the economic barrier. So then we already touched upon that. So then I would like to ask Thomas, this question that we formulated as what you would need, what motivation would you need to be involved really in carbon farming, and what could potentially stop you to do so?
Yeah, I think last time I agreed with the Menti, this time I entirely disagree with the Menti. And it's probably unsurprising given that I'm looking at it purely from a farmer's perspective. I think the first thing flipped there a minute ago, but the only one I might agree with is economic barriers being one of the largest. I am aware of the MFF and the cap. I mean, it'd be very easy for me to sit here as a farmer and say double the cap and give half of it to this exact thing. But let's be realistic here for a second, whether we're talking about a national level or an EU level. There is not an economic barrier. I'm sorry, there isn't an economic barrier. What there is an under-taxation of fossil fuels and other climate activities. We are fundamentally subsidising, and to the point about Finland, we are fundamentally subsidising someone who is now at war with us by importing fossil fuels from those sources. So frankly, I have a level of distrust around offsetting and private money from outside of the sector. I do believe there is space for insetting in the value chain, but frankly, there are enough companies outside. They're just not paying enough tax. And whether we're talking about a national level, Ryanair aviation is virtually incredibly subsidised and one of the most polluting sectors. I'm just picking aviation as a sector. We could easily say private transport across Europe and especially in Ireland. So there is a question there. At the moment, and one of the earlier sessions, even in one of the successful schemes, it was shown that the total cost, I think it was in the French example, the total cost of a double cover crop was not being covered even by the price that was being paid. Each cover crop was about 70 euros per hectare, and they were getting about 35 from that. So we're not offering an incentive. We're not even offering full compensation. So that's a realistic economic barrier. What I do want to say in terms of what would block me, I think maybe the audience is underestimating the bottom two and overestimating the top one there. So first off, probably most briefly, technological barriers. There are so many technological barriers to trying to implement more carbon storage. And I'll give you a good example in Ireland. Grassland agriculture, moving away from fossil fuel-based fertilisers. We want to use more white clover. Our farm uses a lot of white clover. Unfortunately, there aren't the plant protection products that were suitable. And because of archaic rules around plant protection products within the EU, we lost one of the main ones that we could for a while now. Emergency application was applied for, and the Irish government stood up for us and made sure that was. But that was insane. Other technological barriers, investment in precision agriculture. It's very, very expensive unless you are cropping thousands of hectares. For a young person, even on 200 or 300 hectares, massive problem. Social barriers are probably massively underestimated. The need for the transfer of land is one, but not only that, the psychological, and I think in many scientific conferences that I hear a lot of optimism. We cannot underestimate the power and the force of inertia. Doing the same thing every single year in agriculture is a big, big problem. And so you need something to break that. There will always be 20-30% of farmers who are just hungry to do something new. I do it all the time. Other farmers like me do it all the time. But for the vast majority of farmers, it's the same thing. Governance, as I say, I wouldn't be in a massive rush to overturn all the governance in order to incentivize carbon farming. I think even if it is a little bit slower, get it right and get it working with the stakeholders.
And you think that if that would be in place, then these other 80% of the farmers would then, go over the dam, as we say in Dutch?
You'll never get 80% because you're going to have about 30% that are going to be more influenced by social barriers. If you remove most of the technological barriers, or as many as physically, there's always going to be some limitations. We can't offer every farmer a €1 million cropping system, but realistically smaller ones. Then you look at the governance barriers and get them over the top, and frankly, you ensure that proper economic incentives are there. As I say, insetting makes sense to me. I have very grave concerns about the influence of offsetting fossil fuel interests and other things that are very, very large, very financial, because they will follow the path of least resistance. And for agriculture, that will be reduction of production, more impact on social factors.
Thank you. Yeah, so let me see which question would be good to continue with. So in society, there are indeed these, not only for the farmers that are actually need to implement this, but also in society at large, like us as consumers, for instance. Do you think that we are really willing to pay for this carbon farming through, for instance, price premiums over the products that we buy or by public funding? I would like to ask that to Sarah.
Yeah, if consumers are ready to pay more, well, depends. Everyone says that, yes, I want to buy organic or nicely produced, but then at the end of when you're in the shop, what happens? That's a different thing. Yeah, some are, but again, majority probably is not. So that's why we need to have it in my opinion, in the steering mechanism, that it would actually be fair that you reward from doing good. Like one farmer said that at the moment it might be in a way that I don't need to be subsidized for doing the good thing, but at least don't subsidize for doing the wrong thing. So you need to, of course, you need to shift the subsidy system in order to be fair. It can't rely on just those who are willing to pay more for the product, or the farmers who want to do it, or who really put themselves into it. But so in that sense, it comes back to the CAP. But for me, one barrier that needs to be said loud, at least when I'm looking from the Finnish perspective of the work that we do, is that there's quite a lot of conservative or old-fashioned way of thinking and lack of courage in the industry and lobbying and union things in itself. Those who should be advancing the farmers' well-being might be against it for some reason, because there's some fears, and Commission might propose whatever great CAP plans that there is, but then when it comes to the member states, all the national teams start deleting those good things. So there's like a lack of courage, and that's what I think we can overcome by testing and trialing, and really what we try to do is to show that the change is possible, that we take the real life farmers we have here in Carbon Action, hundreds of farmers in the core, and they said they'll do it despite the subsidy system doesn't support it yet, but they'll do it anyway, and they want to do it. So we have to show that the change is possible, and then it's a lot more easier to actually scale it up. And that also applies for the agricultural policy, that we should pilot something. Hopefully we will be piloting result-based subsidies in Finland, which would mean that you're rewarded for the result, for the common goods, but you can choose the methods. If you have the principles right, you can choose whatever suits your field or your plot or your areas. So I strongly say that we need to test and learn by doing and pilot things so that we see that it can be done differently.
But then those practices that you then pilot and get executed do not make the product or the creation of the product that the farmer is producing, it doesn't get more expensive?
We have, at least now, there's some products that are, of course, it's a very high value, like products, for example, beverages or something, a beer or
whiskey.
Whiskey. You have the whiskey, we have the vodka. Both have regenerative carbon action vodka and whiskey. But of course, that's a high value product, so you can add a little bit there, and the consumer still buys it.
Yeah, so then in the end, the consumer is going to pay then for,
yeah,
for this, and they might be willing to do that for whiskey.
Yeah.
But maybe not for potatoes.
Yeah, that might be so.
How do you make that then, this transition towards doing things differently, for not for luxury goods, but for things that are really,
Yeah, that's why it should be in the subsidy system. I don't know. What do you think?
I think it's a mixture of both, and I think we shouldn't focus on just one player bearing the cost. So should we say, oh, the consumer pays, or we can say, oh, the farmer pays? Of course, the farmer shouldn't pay. The consumer should contribute a bit, but we should look at all players in the chain, because all players in the chain are benefiting from these sorts of activities. If we can become more resilient, then we're ensuring continuity of supply, which has a value in the mind of a procurement individual. Also, the players in the chain have their own commitments that they have made to various stakeholders, to the public market, to the EU. If they don't deliver on those commitments, it will come back and will cause them economic consequences. So there is value for other players also investing to demonstrate their commitment to reducing their carbon footprint, for example. But what is clear, I mean, we've done a lot of work. You know, if we look at the insetting and offsetting programs, offsetting is governed by the concept of additionality. So what is it new that the farmer is going to do? 9 times out of 10, the farmer would already do that stuff because he can see the benefit for their farmland. The reason they don't do it is because at the moment it costs them, and it costs them significantly more than their current economic or their business model allows. So we have to find a way, and this is perhaps where public funding can come in, that they could subsidize, for example, as you said, you know, purchasing cover crops, 70 euros a hectare. The current carbon price at the moment is, depends, let's say between 15 and 25 euros a ton. So obviously it makes no sense from a farmer, if they're just looking at it through a profit and loss for carbon farming, well, I've got to spend 70 and I'm going to get 25 back. No, Andy, come on, I'm not doing that. But if we can get the EU to support at least that part of the transition, then that is also a very good way of getting this off the ground. If we come back to insetting, we don't actually work under the concept of additionality, we work under the concept of causality. So who within the chain is causing something to happen that is impacting or reducing the carbon footprint of the product? And if we can demonstrate that certain players have caused that to action, then that action to take place, then they can benefit. So now, coming back to the whiskey example, for example, there isn't, the project we ran there, they haven't increased the price of the bottle of whiskey just because it's of a lower carbon footprint. They may have increased it because of other issues, but not because of that. But how we achieved that was the players in the chain basically put their hand in their pocket and said, okay, we will fund this because we see real economic value for our long-term business operation, number one. But number two, and more importantly, we can claim, in an accounting perspective, we can show to those who are interested in what our company is doing in terms of reducing its carbon footprint, we can account for that reduction. So I think in all of this, it is a mixture of all sorts of financing that we need to move it forward. And then maybe just coming back to that, and I don't know if it falls under the governance topic, but coming from industry or coming from anywhere, anyone who's putting their hand in their pocket to pay for something, they want to be 100% sure that they're getting what they paid for. So we need to ensure that all of these savings are independently verified. We need to ensure that they are used totally for what they're intended to be used for. And that the minute we get any greenwashing involved, then industry is going to run a mile. Because industry cannot allow this to affect the reputation of its brand. Sorry, maybe I didn't totally answer the question, but there was quite a lot there that I just wanted to say.
Yeah, so that is sort of setting the scene for what would be needed to get really the industry stakeholders on board in this transition that we need to make.
Yeah.
So that is very interesting. Yeah, so that would be good if you could write that up too. Yeah, so what is it really then? So this, you just highlighted one issue that we might need to do differently when it comes to delivering on the potential of carbon farming in Europe. So Kirsten, what do you think that we should do differently to really use this potential of carbon farming?
I think I want to start with the question of the false barrier of the economics. because I do think there are two questions here. One is, do we have an economy that is in service of people, or are we structuring and running a world that is in service of the economy? And that question has been resident and latent and growing since the 1980s increasingly. We just had a major global event releasing a maelstrom of chaos around exactly that question. And in Europe, in the European continent, we have the opportunity to decide clearly that this is about a continent of economics in service of people, which means we would have to think about provisioning systems, the systems that allow for food, water, health, housing, warmth, and so on. And as soon as you start to do that, then you are talking about valuing much, much more than what in the current completely rigged extractive economic system is called value. And that, I think, very much comes back to this question of what is being subsidized, what is being valued. If we reframe that, you unlock an entirely different economic design and an entirely different set of dynamics on wealth creation intergenerationally and continentally. So for me, that really needs to be done differently. And it's a choice Europe has right now to make deliberately, decisively, and to partner across the rest of the world, where there is a look for that leadership to run ecological corridors in agricultural exports and food production between Latin America and Europe, between China and Europe, and so on. I think that's number one. The second question for me on kind of what we would do differently comes down to stability and certainty of direction. I think one of the things that I would say we are in a race against is despair. The biggest risk we are facing is the status quo to everything, to the loss of value, to the loss of resources, to massive destabilizing events. We are worrying about tweaking things. The expression used to be rearranging deck chairs on the Titanic, while we are rapidly going into icebergs that just take the whole thing down. So in that context, and especially in the context of what's going on at the moment, providing that stability of direction, and for the Commission and the policy making nationally and across in the next FMFF, in the next CAP, to join up the dots on policies that are currently still disconnected between nature restoration, between the CAP, on the way in which we think about financial frameworks, the taxonomy, the carbon markets. We just need to actually get some consistency and steady steerage. And I think that comes back to the questions that Friesland Campina and others were raising. Do we need mandatory targets? Maybe. I don't know that it's necessarily the mandatoriness of the targets, it's the consistency of the direction. Because if you get the consistent direction up, we will work it out. But that consistency is desperately needed. And the courage to go out and say, it needs to be this. We need sustainable systems, we need sustainable food and water systems, it needs to look like this. Now let's sort out the incentives. There's a third reflection, I think, on what we have heard or what we hear over and over, also in partnering with DAFM and working in this big, fantastic and ambitious program in Ireland. The question of enabling conditions is not only governance and economic, it's also, and this very much speaks to, I similarly share a concern around social barriers, it speaks to peer support, knowledge, capacity, courage, the sense of being able to feel like you're part of a bigger tribe, and the acceleration of knowledge transfer. That also comes down to data interoperability and accessibility of information that has single store of value, common translatable values, the possibility of putting data together. So creating those kind of advice mechanisms, farmer networks, peer support, but also intergenerationally, because I really wonder around how we need to think about this in terms of intergenerational network support across. And perhaps finally, one reflection. I'm not sure that Europe has a vision for land and land strategy. What is Europe's vision for the land, the wealth that is the European continent looked at as land? We have so many competing hypotheses about what's going to be done with land, biofuels, biochar, how we're going to do arrays of solar panels, farming or not farming, just actually managing to come up and use this as the thing that we do differently here is that this is a trigger to build out a shared vision and unpick exactly these common languages that turn out not to be common at all because people are coming from totally different perspectives. What's the vision? We ground our European vision for the next framework program, for the way in which we bring our policies and our economic incentives together and differently, and have that be made up of the voices of people who are doing things differently and can demonstrate that possibility. I think that would make a big difference. It sounds like it's, you know, it's not here, or it is here, it's on the social barriers, but really it's about the courage to start to name the hope we want to see, the differences, the material differences we want to see.
Yeah, a positive boundary condition can help a lot by making people willing to actually work on it if they have a future vision that looks bright and attractive. So, but now I think I asked enough questions for now, and I'd like to open the floor for questions from the audience. See nothing.
Questions out.
Otherwise, I have a couple more questions. But,
My glasses are smeared up.
Hello, my name is Thomas Sterfeld from the OMIA
Can't
company.
hear you. Sorry.
Can they hear me? I need to take it closer. Okay, that's why. So, my name Thomas Sterfeld from the OMIA company. We are producing soil conditioning and mineral fertilizer minerals, basically. So, my question is about the ESPR. So, there is, and the dynamics which this may provide. So, in the eco-design for sustainable products declaration, which is already in force, and it is a stepwise approach, as we all know, is described the digital product passport, which will make it such that at some point in the supermarket, all the items, all the foodstuff will have the CO2 footprint on the foodstuff printed. So does this not deliver some sort of a pressure on all this food chain, including the agricultural companies or the farmers even, to reduce the footprint of the goods they are providing? So this is the question, if you expect some dynamics from the ESPR.
To whom you're asking this? Or somebody just can go for it?
Well, perhaps it was for me, but I wasn't really aware that there was this discussion for food stuff, which I'm surprised about, because this is what the previous commission has worked a lot on under the proposal for sustainable food system framework, which in the end was never proposed. So difficult it was to agree on how to label sustainable food. So I didn't know that under the ESPR there was a discussion about a similar topic. So I just admit my ignorance. So even within the commission, we don't know everything that is going on. We are following ESPR for everything related to bioeconomy products, like bio-based materials used in buildings and these kind of things, but I didn't know about food stuff. So I will go back home and check.
I can make a comment more broadly on carbon labelling. I remember a few years ago, I don't believe they still do it. I remember Tesco had a carbon labelling. It's been since banned, and I'm not entirely sure. Certainly from a primary producer point of view, the problem is the level of complexity in the sector. So I'll give a simple example. As a consumer, you go and you buy a steak. It's fine. That steak came from one type of animal, let's say a more mature animal. Maybe it was 30 months at factory time. That animal will have nearly double the emissions of an animal, let's say a bull that's slaughtered at 15 months. And it might maybe have 3 times that of one of my poor old dairy cows when they get lame and injured, and then they have to go to the big factory in the sky. And so, but you will not know that as a consumer. You can't know that possibly. And the logistics of trying to do so would be incredibly complicated at a supermarket level. But even beyond that, I mean, we have incentives in Ireland. Ireland obviously has a very large agricultural ruminant sector. So there are a lot of efforts going on about reducing methane at a national level by modifying the way that we rear beef, still in the grass-based system, just to be clear, but more efficient genetics. But the problem is, as primary producers, there are no incentives for me to uptake that beyond the economic incentive of doing the job better. And so when we talked about like technological barriers, there's a simple example. There may be some technology that I need to do that, but there are no direct ties back to the consumer to pay me more. And quite frankly, I don't think the consumer really cares enough. They will either, if you're very, very into it, you may not be buying beef at all. And the reality is, if you're not, then you're not giving me any incentive to produce it at a better way. And that's the complexity of carbon labelling for primary producers.
Yeah, I'd fully agree. I mean, we're also in France running a similar sort of program for a cooperative that is interested in trying to look at the carbon footprint of a ham sandwich. So they believe that there will be huge value and benefit in doing that, because if the consumer can see that one ham sandwich has a higher carbon footprint than another, then they may buy the second one. I totally doubt that. But where I do think it has benefits is that at least it would show to the consumers who are interested the direction of travel. So they could look in 1 year and say, oh, okay, 30 grams of carbon were associated with it this year. Now I'm looking at it 25. That's great. That means the industry itself is actively trying to do something, and it's making progress. The only other concern I have, though, is that it's not granular enough. There is absolutely no way that you can trace every ton of wheat that is coming off of the field, every kilogram of pork that is being slaughtered in France to make that particular sandwich. The emission factors or whatever it is they're using, they are just too big. They're using country ones, which means that we're averaging everything out across France, and the good farmers, if I can call it that, are actually compensating the bad farmers. And the bad farmers continue to be bad. The good ones can get gooder, and they'll just pull it a little bit down. So we need to find a better way of doing that, and just concentrating on the carbon footprint, I think, is wrong. It's more about what is the overall effect of the intervention we're making. That's what we need to do.
I think it is possible to do it at a processor level and a single ingredient product level. So maybe, for instance, my cooperative processing my milk, that's the way to do it realistically. Whether the consumer will care when they buy a litre. I mean, ultimately, if it's a branded product, maybe 15 cent more, that might get them just to buy the 15 cent more, which would be worth it to us, but who knows.
I think the other thing I would add in, I wouldn't comment on whether the SPR is discussing this or not, but the digital product passport is the rails of a system where we have large language models, massive deep AI, the capability to crunch extraordinary levels of data also in very granular ways. The thing that's missing for me is what is the narrative hook that actually interests people? And I heard it this morning with the reflection on, you talk about carbon farming, that's just too abstract. If you talk about soil health, farmers know that. If you talk about consumers, health matters. We know a lot about what is happening with plant production with higher CO2 levels. They don't actually just grow a whole lot more, they start to produce higher carbohydrates. So our plants, our staple crops, are starting to turn into junk food. That's correlated with diabetes, heart risk, everything. You then take another series of other factors that we know about the relationship between grassland cultivation, pastures, and so on. You can trace all of that back into the individual health, my health, and health choices are different, especially where they start to go in correlate, can run them correlated around age, perception of risk, and so on, age and stage. I think, again, it's one of these elements around systemic thinking. We need to join up some of these co-benefits and relationships and use the rails of digital product passport to get that piece of information. Because if it's health first, and then it also has a carbon benefit, that's a different conversation or a different moment of decision.
Yeah, it's true that you need to get it, make it personal for people. If as long as it's not personal, then they might not really care. So then that is the key thing. That how could we then bring health, or like how do we go then from this carbon farming theory to putting that into practice? Because that was the main thing, the main topic of this conference, bringing carbon farming theory to practice. So, and that of course entails bringing it all the way through the value chain from the primary production to the consumer. So how do we do that? So I would like to make a last round for all of you, and now I'm not going to say who is going to go first. You can decide yourself. So did we manage to make the first steps to bringing our carbon farming theory to practice? And what you think would be really our first next step that we should potentially take in this year ahead up to our next carbon farming summit? Yeah, go ahead.
I can go there. We've just got to do it. I mean, it's as simple as that. We can wait until everything is perfect, and then nothing will happen, or we can accept that, yeah, we can do part of it, and we can learn a lot in doing it, and we can continue to improve. But just let's get on and do it. And I'm not blowing my own trumpet too much, but that's exactly what we did. We realized that we just needed to test the water. So with the whiskey project, it was simple. It was a very short value chain, but we got farmers on board, we worked with them, we explained the interventions, we built the digital system that collected all of the data, that did the measurement. We worked with the auditors and the certifiers, so it's been validated and verified. And 2 days before the conference started, we got the first certificates. So it's possible. You can do it. And we should all be doing it. We should just get on and get this thing going.
So what do you have in store for us until next year?
Well, we have other projects running, and if we were to come back next year, it will be on whiskey again. I'm sorry, everything I do is on whiskey or beer. But we've got some really exciting work going on in Scotland at the moment, so I'd be happy to share that next year.
Great.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. We need to really do and learn by doing and develop all these things that we've been talking about in practice when we do things. And are we now moved from theory to practice? Well, no, because we're not in the field. We're here in the conference room. So when we're in the field, we're in the practice. But it does take everyone, but from a little bit different perspectives and ingredients. So we really need to share that and network and learn from each other. And maybe next year, when we come here, everyone has been in the field and has applied whatever you can do. And once a year, we just come back and tell that, hey, we succeeded in this and not in this, but like we talked last year, it was nice to cooperate with you with this. And so that's how it should go, that we really are doing. And then the mass will follow. But this shows how much there is good things going on for me, actually.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
I suppose what I would urge anyone, whether they're in research or in policy, is to not consider the perfect example, but to consider the imperfect example. Very often when we talk about policy, we have to remember that we do live in a democracy, and ultimately not only a standard democracy, but farming organisations and their representatives have no small amount of power, sometimes exaggerated over certain other economic interests, but nonetheless have power. And a farmer which is negatively affected by a policy change will be 10 times louder than the 100 that are not affected by the policy change. So when you're talking about research, what's important to consider is, okay, a proposed model may work lovely for 99. What do you do about the one young farmer who's insecure, land insecure, I mean, sorry. How do you work around him? How do you mitigate your model for him? Consider him, or sorry, her as well, very much so. And that is maybe what research should focus, because we often see lovely models that will work until you get down to the granular level. On a personal level, I'm going to continue on the farm journey to make my farm carbon neutral, and probably in the next 3 days we're about to have a calf born that's 1/3 of the normal emissions, so that'd be great.
Good luck.
Yeah, well done.
I just have a comment. I suppose it's to look at it from the policy perspective, and I understand Thomas's comments. I suppose we have a remit to look after our 133,000 farmers in Ireland. You could argue a common policy. There will be outliers, there's no doubt, that have to be catered for, but certainly that would be our intention, that every farmer is not left behind in any future next step. In terms of into the practice, I suppose what we see from the development of the CRF and what we've done over the last 18 months in terms of putting this action into our climate action plan, including it in the programme for government commitment, there is a clear commitment at government level to address this issue. And I think that's a clear signal that the carbon farming sector, or I'll rephrase the ecosystem services sector, is something that needs to be recognised and rewarded in the future, now and in the future, I suppose.
Going back to what was said before, one of my takeaways, it was not a surprise though, is to realize that the almost entirety of the farming population in the EU never heard about CRCF, and this, okay, it's not a surprise, but it was said by some farmers, and I think this relates to your comment that carbon farming is maybe not the words that speak to farmers. They think about soil health, they think about soil productivity, but still in our political discourse, I think it was useful to catalyze attention between us, Brussels bubble, and also in the member states around this concept. So I think from theory to practice is now about bringing this political concept, policy concept down to the farmers. I really, now I sell the European Commission brand. I really think the Living Labs and the Soil Mission and the Soil Mission are a very nice concept, because you have all these groups of farmers and all local stakeholders talking to each other, cooperating together to do better practices for soil health. And this is really the kind of networks that can make things change at the level of the farmer, of the communities around the farmers. So that's, I think, is something that will give results in the next years. I hope so. And then what's next? This is also the second question.
Yeah, what's your plan for from now?
From now to the next summit. So very concretely, we try to go as fast as we can, not as fast as a White House executive order, but we're almost there. So if I think where we were 1 year ago, we already made a lot of progress. CRSF became a law, and we already started full steam working on the methodologies. In the next year, we will look at new methodologies, including a methodology for livestock, because as was mentioned by the minister, next year we should assess whether to include livestock. Of course, livestock farmers are already part of the framework as far as soil health in livestock systems is concerned. But going forward, we can look into also reduction of emissions of from enteric fermentation and manure management. So this is one part of our next year. And then, I think the point of the next summit is a policy making. So this year it was farmers, last year it was researchers, and next year is policy making. Next year, I think we will live in a very, I hope not a too different world, but next year in the carbon farming community, many new things will have happened, besides green claims that I already mentioned, besides the MFF that I already mentioned. We will have to start thinking how we reach our 2040 targets, 2040 targets. How do we reach our 2040 target, which we should soon enshrine in the climate law? This means creating policies for the next decade, from 2030 to 2040, and as many already mentioned, this includes looking into how the food supply chain can be involved and made responsible for supporting the transition of the agricultural sector. So I hope that by the next summit we have a bit clearer idea of what my political masters want us to do, and we can discuss some concrete ideas in that aspect, in that respect, because the point now is to look at the demand for carbon farming and create this stable, predictable demand that really gives the real push, not just a voluntary carbon market push.
Conscious that I was speaking last, so I have to do a bit of summary. I think there maybe three things. One is to acknowledge the moment of going from theory to action. Also think about where we are, what's happening. Next year we will be well on the way to already the European budget for FP10 on a set of policies. This is not an abstract concept. This is very, very real context in which to design. And if I think about that context, there is an element here around the power of going to action because of demonstration. This piece around if you think about what we're living with, we are living with a fear of the uncertainty and a fear of transition, which is greater than the fear of the risk itself. And we're kind of handling that because we don't quite feel the risk of itself, so the fear of transition is much higher. The way to get past that is to see it, is to start to see good examples, to hear anecdotes, to hear stories that are about real people, real places, doing things that begin to be really meaningful. If I think about what would be most important to go to action, it is just get going and learn. We know enough to get going, and we know we don't know enough to be perfect, so let's just get going and move it. But can we storytell as we go? Can we get the stories out there on the streets so that the skepticism and the fear of transition starts to abate, because it begins to turn into very authoritative anecdotes that we all believe way more than the facts that we're told and the scientific evidence and the abstraction. So I think there's something about that. The other one that really feels important is really what's happening here. Multi-actor dialogues over and over again, to start to listen to each other, to understand, to see things around the same side of the table. That kind of the scaffolding for radical, deep, multi-stakeholder collaboration, multi-generation, multi-place collaboration, that kind of groundswell elements. Certainly that's what we commit to as an organization mobilizing this. Get member states together, get groundswell around farming communities, get groundswell around capacity building. And I particularly would wish to say between now and next year, we need to solve the data thing. Because if we can't get data to work, none of this works. So we really need to try and make that the focus of massive radical collaboration.
Okay, well, thank you very much. We've run out of all of our time already, unfortunately. It was extremely interesting to hear all of the different perspectives of the different stakeholders. So I'd like to have a round of applause for our panel. So, and with that, we have reached the end of our second European Carbon Farming Summit. So I would like to have the last slide, please. So this is just to invite you to come next year again. We have not found our venue yet, so we also, if anybody has a very nice venue that they would like to offer to us, then we are we are very interested. Other than that, we'll communicate to you where it's going to be in any case. So in addition to that, I would like to thank again our sponsors, so BASF, Agricarbon, Life, and EBAC, and again our in partnership with DAFM, as I said before, and all of the credible partners that have worked very hard to make all the interesting sessions that we have, and everybody else that has contributed with sessions that came from outside of our consortium. So thank you very much for coming, and hope to see you all next year.